standoff in Latin America has just taken a dangerous turn. U.S. warships are now stationed off Venezuela's coast, part of Washington's campaign to crush Maduro's regime and the cartels that back him. But Venezuela is no longer standing alone. Reports confirm that Chinese amphibious tanks have been spotted unloading at Venezuelan ports, with satellite images showing armored columns moving inland. At the same time, Russian advisors are said to be on the ground assisting with air defense systems around Caracas. This means the confrontation is no longer just U.S. versus Venezuela. It's becoming a proxy showdown with China and Russia directly involved. Analysts warn this could evolve into the most serious hemispheric crisis since the Cuban Missile Crisis. The risks are enormous. Venezuela controls the world's largest oil reserves. Shipping lanes across the Caribbean could be disrupted, and any clash could drag NATO, Beijing, and Moscow into the same battlefield. The question now, is this about fighting drug cartels, or has it escalated into a global power struggle on America's doorstep? Comment your thoughts. Are we watching the birth of a new Cold War or the spark of World War III? Breaking news, the standoff in Latin America has just taken a dangerous turn. U.S.
Best of all the world to me. In my heart, wherever I wander, memories enshrine and be. All my hopes and aspirations, all my longings goes aside. Everlasting bonds surround us as the fleeting years roll by. time's unfolding, more and more my destiny to reach lasting splendor that the years have brought to me. All the ashes of my glory, oh, the long, long night has passed. Oh, rise triumphant, glorious, from the ashes of the past. Oh, rise triumphant, glorious, from the ashes of the past.
I wanted this sacrifice. People don't understand the sacrifices or the say in Guyanese brothers and sisters as much as they see our Guyanese brothers and sisters. I just say what I am implicit. We will also migrate from this platform. We are not going to be using Times TV anymore. We are.
You can get meat anywhere, but for the best cuts of chicken, beef, pork, mutton, and lots more, check out T and W Harris Butcher Shop located in the East Rheinveld Market Meat section. Call us on 609-7168, 641-4494. Ask for Rastaman. T and W Harris Butcher Shop for the best in fresh cut meats and lots more.
I dance upon the brink of day and try to keep the night away. I stand between the dark and light, and ere the sun dies out of sight, and borrow from his fading rays
All right, so you might be wondering where we are. Still in Buxton at Club Twilight. That's where we are. So Club Twilight also has like an Airbnb as well. So you could come, drink, drunk, and come in the back here and lie down. Look at that. Look at that. Perfection. And the people come in, I come in the room and so on. The bed sheet matching the blind, matching the carpet, matching the this, matching the that. We know what we things in Buxton don't play with we. So definitely, if you want to come and you may be having a wedding or whatever, and you just want to overnight and just have a good time because you're gonna be drunk. We got too much road accidents, so you definitely want to come, drink, have a good time. They have several rooms that you can rent. You have your toilet, you have your bath, you have your sink, you have your dining area, you have the bed. This is nice. I like it. Anyways, to my friends and my family, if you're looking for me, I'll be overnighting. Also, for those persons who are traveling in from overseas, you want a nice, cozy place out of town, then Club Twilight, call them up, look them up on social media. They have their own Facebook page, and ensure that you come up the side and have a good time. Have a good time. Have a good time. Sorry. I'm sorry. That's it.
To Amsterdam, I think I only get 3 Polari. You see, when the function finish, right? The egg ball keep them people in it. Oh my goodness. And it's like, so we got a whole tub of sauce. It's like, let's have a little Mr. Amsterdam. Everything shine, shine, shine. I haven't gotten to taste anything because, like I said, I just eat 3 Polari. Everybody complimented the stuff. It was tasty. All of them munch down and come back and load up. Certain places you can go and get proper stuff, but the sauce is more than enough. I appreciate the variety options.
At Lou's Kitchen, it's no idle boast. Call us for the best in Creole food. 653-3205. Lou's, the original Creole chef.
Born in the land of the mighty Roraima, land of red rivers and far-stretching sea. So like the mountain, the sea, and the river, great, wide, and deep in our lands would we be. Onward, upward, may we ever go. Day by day, in strength and beauty grow. Till at length each of us may show what Guyana's sons and daughters can be. Born in the land of red shores, shining splendor, land of the palm trees of rotten and fern.
And to a large extent,
We would possess all
as a
the virtues and graces. We all the glory of goodness will learn. Onward, upward, may we ever go. Day by day, in strength and beauty grow. Till at length we each of us may show what Guyana's sons and daughters can be. Born in the land where men sought Eldorado, land of the climate
Right, folks, it seems we are having some technical difficulties. Kindly be with us. We'll be back with you shortly. This morning we are doing a special. We'll have Mr. Winston Jordan on. It's Free Talk Fridays, if you stick to the Friday programs, but it is also a holiday. And so naturally we weren't going to be broadcasting. But as it is, we are broadcasting today and we're having some technical difficulties, which we're working on. Um, as I said, be with us and we should be back with you shortly. Reminds me of the days when GBC, the Guided Broadcasting Corporation, used to suffer from a lot of blackouts, a lot of outages. And so every time in the midst of a broadcast, you get one of those, they come back on and the song they used to play take us back together again. Taking you down memory lane. So how many of you can remember those days? I know lots of you are anxious to know what's happening at GCOM. I myself. Well, I know this country is a funny place. A very funny place. Unless Guyanese really, really get serious or get really, really serious, we are going to continue to be the laughing stock of the world. Um, and our citizens will continue to be disadvantaged. And the ordinary man and woman will continue to be living in poverty and some form of decadence, while those who sit in political offices as government ministers and so on will continue to trade the resources of our country to keep them in political offices so that they can continue to abuse our resources and live like kings while the masses suffer. I think the time is now. If we don't get this fixed now, I don't know. I really don't. I guess we avoid that sentiment many times prior to now, but I'm at the point where I believe really and truly the discipline services ought to stand on the side of the people of Ghana and the Constitution of Ghana. And not on the side of a political elite class, if I can call them that, kleptocratic class, a set of thieves and vagabonds who would do anything to, continue to sit at the table to control our resources. But even as I express that thought, I'm expressing in my head, I'm wondering, where is the moral compass of the people in the discipline services? What do they see their roles as? Like, what do we really see the roles as? Because I noticed yesterday in a democratic process, I was right there at GCOM when Anil Giddings, I think, was the one who came out and said no photos and videos should be allowed or are allowed while the process is ongoing. And I'll tell you, you know why that statement was made? Because Kwame McCoy of the PPP was caught on tape again in his usual disrespectful, demeaning manner, verbally assaulting agents of other parties at the table at which he was doing the recount. And so every time somebody seeks to expose the PPP with evidence, because they and their cronies like to ask for the evidence. And given the fact these are days of smartphones and video cameras and pen cameras and all kinds of things, it's easy to get the evidence. And so when the videos started appearing of Kwame McCoy, and by extension his PPP comrades and friends, unleashing verbal assaults on other party representatives at the recount, the first thing the PPP GCOM decided to do is to come and tell people about the rights and wrongs, let me call it that, as they see it, of recording at GCOM. I objected. I sat right there and I objected. I said, this here is a public activity. This here is a public activity. And people need to know what's going on. And I don't care what they say. If I see a need to record, I will record. Right? Those of you who are tuning in will remember me remember me showing you the squalid conditions under which they expected people to execute the process of the recount. Right? And so because they were being exposed, they decided that they will stop people from recording and doing videos and so on. That's the kind of democracy we talk about in this country. We really got any? Y'all tell me. Listen. And then the police proceeded, GCOM proceeded to issue statements about recording and unsubstantiated claims and so on. Videos don't lie. A picture tells 1,000 words, but a video tells the whole story. Right? Video tells the entire story. And so there was no deceit in the video. The people were showing you actually what they saw on the ballot boxes coming out. But GCOM had a problem with that because what? They don't want the truth to be told and to be seen because, according to them, it will cause people to lose faith in the process and so on. People should have lost faith in the process a long time ago. A very long time ago. I personally have lost faith in the process. And I've said that much to my comrades.
And then the timing for the program is likely to change. And to a large extent, the content of the program, people have been congregating for information and discourses. It became a page that could be monetized through Facebook. So I want to just sacrifice. People don't understand the sacrifices others make for the community good. And when I say the community good, I'm talking about the national good, the national interest, ethnic interests, interest groups, interests, and so on. People don't understand that. For more than 2 or 3 years now, I've been doing this program on CAMS TV. No, let me go back. CAMS TV is about 5 years old because it came out of the 2020 election fracas, madness, craziness, brouhaha, and so on. So CAMS TV is about 5 years old. But as CAMS TV grew popular, people are always watching you. It became a page that could be monetized through Facebook. And as it became a monetizable page, it got hijacked. At one point, I was removed from accessing it. I couldn't access it. Then it was returned to me. I had access to it. I could have created content, giving people permissions and so on. Then at some other point, all of those privileges, if I can call it that, were removed. I could only create content. I can't add anybody to CAMS TV to be moderator or any editor or content creator or anything. I became an employee, basically, of somebody who hijacked this page and is definitely earning from it because they have monetized it. I try all manner of things and I can't get this page back. I can't get back control of this page, at least up until now. If any of you know, I think I said this years ago too. If any of you know how to get back this page, you could do it. Or you can help me work through it so I can get it back. But I stuck with it. I stuck with it because I looked at the greater good. It is the place where our people have been congregating for information and discourses. This is like we baobab tree. This is like we park tree in the community. Where the ancestors used to go under the park tree, the big tree, and sit down and talk matters over and make resolutions and make decisions and so on. CAMS TV has become like our cork tree. And I recognize it for that. Even if the big cork tree in our community got, what we just call them, blight, people won't cut it down because they understand that it provides shelter, it provides a meeting place and so on. They're going to try to deal with the blight. And so for a year, not a year, about 2 years at least, I've been putting money in people's pocket. Not that any has been coming back to me from them, but somebody has been earning from my content on CAMS TV. But I bite my lip. I bear my strain because, again, I'm saying this is where I recognize our people are congregating for the kind of information that should help them to make proper decisions. I ain't complaining to a soul. I get harassed by the police. I get locked up to now. I got a court case that is supposed to come up, I think, sometime in October. I think they deliberately put it for after the elections. By then, the PPP going to know the strength, and they're going to know if they're going to jail me. Or they're going to set me free. Or they're going to corrupt the system to penalize. And I'm saying that I know that the PPP is taking control of the judiciary in this country. Nobody can tell me otherwise. And so there's nothing that I will be surprised of when I go to court. I've still my mind to deal with whatever the outcome. I believe we have made our case. I have not been guilty of what I was accused of, but it's a corrupt court system we're dealing with. The PPP put the acting chief justice, a very junior judge compared to others, in place to be their blocker. I ain't got no apologies to saying that. I predicted, if you all remember, Amanzo Wharton disease must have had or might have had a good case about the exclusion of their party from the ballot for general elections. But I also said, while I think she might have a good case, she's not likely to win it. It is likely to be thrown out because of who the judge is. I know, Obi man, I'm just a rational thinker. I saw the magistrate that I think jailed or penalized, what's his name? What they call it again? Nobody would have sing the song but Latch Me, whoever his name. Anyway, whatever his name. The PPP had a falling out with acting chief magistrate, whatever her name, I can't remember right now. Y'all don't worry me on the names, y'all know the positions. She's on leave apparently. And this lady, who from where I sit, I see an activist for Indo-Guyanese domination, has now replaced the magistrate, acting chief magistrate. Despite being junior to many too. I think my case is with her. So I ain't surprising or nothing. Why am I saying this to you? I am saying to you that I've been making sacrifices. There are a lot of people who will be making sacrifices without complaining because they recognize the importance of those sacrifices if we are going to fix this nation. But the wider populace, at least if I judge from many who call here and send voice notes here and contribute to the program here, a lot of you seem not to understand the importance of sacrifice, and you're not prepared to sacrifice any darn thing. But instead you want to hold every mistake, every misgiving, every grudge you want to hold against the people who, when you look at it, 2020 vision is perfect. Hindsight is 2020 vision. When you look at it, it is the people who are standing behind you, between you being brutalized and being dead. A S word come to my mind, but I use it, thank God. Here is our first caller talking about why the APNU was rejected. Because the previous parliamentarians, and what I am saying previous, maybe he doesn't recognize them as previous. As we speak, there are no parliamentarians. From the time Parliament was dissolved for this election, there are no parliamentarians. And I've said it before, check the list of parliamentarians that were there in the previous Parliament and compare the list of the candidates that the APNU has put forward for this election. See how many of those previous parliamentarians are on the APNU's list. And so you're punishing a man named Aubrey Norton, or you think you're punishing a man named Aubrey Norton for the scrubs of a set of people who are no longer associated with Aubrey Norton. In some instances, they are no longer associated with the party of Aubrey Norton. You ain't punish the PPP for all those parliamentarians who were Grangerites, if I call them that, and are now with the PPP. They screw up. You ain't punish the PPP for them. You ain't punish Win for those parliamentarians who were Grangerites and are now with Win. You ain't punish them, but you're punishing in your mind the APNU led by Aubrey Norton for these parliamentarians. Make it make sense. You know what you have done? All those of you who tell yourself you voted against the APNU because of what those previous parliamentarians did. You penalize people who have offered themselves to work for you. I've been here working for you for 5 years plus. I'm on that APNU list. If you voted against the list, you voted against my efforts in the last 5 years. Are you saying I didn't make an effort? David Hines is on the list. You say he didn't make an effort? Kakumo gun says on the list, he didn't make an effort. He didn't stand in defense of black people. He's not before the courts for some terrorism charge because he said this abuse of the services must stop. If they only turn the guns in the right direction, this abuse of Guyanese will stop. Dr. Dexter Todd, Dr. Paul Williams, Ron Daniels, Saiku, you're saying all of these people who are now on the APNU list as candidates wrong you? You're saying they failed you? You fail yourself because of your mentality. You fail yourself because of your mentality. You can't let go. And it's not that you can't let go and move on. You can't give your brother a pass, even if let me call it that. You're easier to give a stranger, your oppressor, your abuser, a pass than you are to give somebody who is likely to stand in your defense, even if they screw up previously. People reject Aubrey Norton because he didn't protest. Aubrey Norton's, at least this is the understanding I get. You have to judge it for what it is. Aubrey Norton's refusal to put black people, especially on the streets of Guyana, to protest, came from a position of love and responsibility and respect for black lives. I don't know if he has said it in those clear terms, but I've heard it in those clear terms. I am not going to put people on the streets to protest because the PPP has already instructed the police and the armed forces to kill them. I am not going to take people to the streets to protest for them to be murdered. Even if it means that is what will make me victorious and make me, according to some of y'all, electable, I am not going to put people's lives at risk like that because I know we got a murderous government. If that is not a decision of love and taking responsibility to protect the people that you're relying on and showing respect for people's lives, I don't know what that is. I personally, as an individual, might not agree. I might say, well, let me go. Let the world see that the PPP are killers. But I respect Aubrey Norton for his position that he's not going to put anybody's children's lives at risk because you want political power. They sit in parliament and they allow the speaker to do everything. They couldn't stop it. How should they have stopped him? You're saying somebody should have walked into the parliament, and this is hypothetical, please and thank you, so y'all don't charge me for inciting violence. Should somebody walk into the parliament and beat the speaker to death? Pick up the mace and lash it till he became unconscious, like critics beat up by a max? How do you stop a speaker? If you are a minority in a parliament and the majority stands with the speaker and the speaker stands with the majority, how do you stop it? Oh, you're going to stop it by protesting. But we just said that if you put people in the streets, it was expected that the PPP going to murder them. Take Linden as an example. It's not Aubrey Norton put them on the streets of Linden to protest the murder of the youth man by the policeman. By the end of Friday, by the end of 72 hours, there were 2 others who were murdered for simply protesting the death of that young man. Does that justify Aubrey Norton's position? The PPP is a murderous government and I ain't gonna risk people's life? I am saying to all of you, I'm saying to all of us, GCOM says they will not release they will not make any declaration until all of the statement of polls are in and all of the tabulation is completed. As far as I know, the APNU is still crunching numbers. At least they were doing that up to last night. So I'm not speaking from a position of being certain of what the results are. But word on the street is the PPP has won the election. The Blue Party has become the new opposition in Parliament. And APNU is the third party in Parliament. Even if I were to assume that that is accurate, even if I am assuming that that is accurate, I want all of you to analyze your decisions based on that hypothetical situation. Who did you penalize? Who you put for punish? You think Arbinani gonna punish? You really think Arbinani gonna punish? You think the police gonna brutalize Arbinani? You think I gonna put myself in a position for the police brutalize me? Brothers and sisters, let me say this to you. I have offered my services to you, and if the APNU has lost the election, you rejected it. And so I'm not obligated to put myself to blows for you anymore. I have a family to look out for. I got my own health to look out for. I got the right old age to look out for, because I have planted seeds which, by God's grace, guarantee me all of that. Y'all called me arrogant this morning, but I am addressing the situation as I think it needs to be addressed. I believe that politicians and political leaders and political activists and community activists and cultural activists and everything need to have a very frank, no holds barred discussion with the Guyanese people so they understand, like Jagdio say, they are considered to be some really, really stupid people. And it would appear as though most of them in African Guyanese community. It appears as though most of them in African Guyanese community. Because it would appear as though, y'all tell me by God's grace, what did they vote for? What did they vote for? I am putting it to you that Azrael and Mohammed and the Win Party in opposition would be worse off in terms of representing the people than the APNU has been in opposition. Assuming these declarations that they're pelting all over the place. If I assume them to be accurate, the PPP now has a 7-seat majority in Parliament. If they're wreaking havoc and muzzling the opposition through the speaker and so on, with a 1-seat or 2-seat majority in the last Parliament, what are they going to do with 7? Oh, y'all expect Aswad Mohammed and the Win Party in Parliament will take the Mohammed's resources to fix our problems in Linden or anywhere around this country where I vote for them? I will wait to see that. And I will also wait to see your disappointments. I will wait to see your disappointments. Because it ain't going to happen. They got many other hurdles to climb as we go along the way, in and out of the National Assembly. But it's just one I pointing you to. Who speaks for the African Guyanese in the next Parliament, assuming these figures that are being pelted around the place are accurate? Who talking for y'all black fools? Who gonna talk for y'all? If, like I suspect, Azweddin decides that, hey, I could negotiate with the PPP because I get my get out of jail card. And so I'm going to throw me back in behind the PPP, knowing that they're going to keep me out of jail. 15 and 36 is 51. Where is 2/3 of 65? Between the PPP and Win, if these figures are to be treated as accurate, the APNU representatives in Parliament might can open their mouth enough to say they're representing you black fools. Y'all cuss me, tell me arrogant, tell me racist, tell me I like orthodox who call a lot of you bottom lickers and house slaves. As a matter of fact, tell me I like Anil Nandalal, who say you must wear your house slave badge with pride, because that is exactly what some of y'all behavior like. You must wear your house slave badge with pride. And so I just calling you by what you have described yourself as and accepted from Nandalal and accepted by virtue of your behavior. Who gonna represent y'all? Y'all might think that I am full of myself. I am the most arrogant human being on the face of the earth, for what I can tell you all now. Even if the APNU get 14 seats, I expect I will be selected to go to Parliament. Because there's an understanding between the WP and the APNU. So I am expecting Al Kiraki Amsterdam will be selected to go to Parliament. But you know where my thoughts are? And ask people who are close to me. As early as last night, I started discussing, should I really go to Parliament? I really don't need to go to Parliament. What can I achieve by going to Parliament where I don't have a voice? Oh, I can highlight the issues, yes. And that's all I'm happy doing, highlighting the issues. Why don't stay out to Parliament and find two little boys who want to know for plant a farm and teach them what I know? Or read a book and teach them how to read? Because going into a Parliament that is dominated by, in this instance, Indo-Guyanese representatives, a Parliament that naturally will muzzle the few Afro-Guyanese representatives in there, ain't got no win for me. This is how I see it. Because I can go in there and I can shout and I can throw tantrums because everybody know Kidaki is not bad. When Kidaki can't get away, Kidaki don't kick. Kidaki kick down the table. But I can do all of that. And at the end of 5 years, callers like the first one will say, the APNU representatives were in there and they failed to represent. Not acknowledging, not recognizing, not accepting the fact that the equation is already skewed against such representation. The storks said they wanted a king that did not, the frogs said they wanted a king that did not look like them. And they got a stork. And their population diminished because the stork was devouring them. That's what y'all black fools want in this country. All the black fools who celebrating with PPP flag and playing PPP music. Yeah, we win. All the black fools are jumping up. What? We something for the win. After the parliament is constituted, you are going to celebrate differently. Because then you're going to realize you black fools have no voice. Then you're going to realize you black fools will only do a carpet vote once in every 5 years. But you could read a gutter, read a carpet, clean a drain, and pick up garbage every day after that. Then you're going to realize the real house slaves who came to you and sold you dreams that the PPP got you at heart and when could do for you what the AP and you have not done for you. Were only pimping you out. They were your pimps and they were making you prostitutes in a society that your ancestors moved millions of tons of earth and went through all kinds of hardships, shedding blood, sweat, and tears to develop. Then you black fools gonna realize that you never know what you had until you lose it. Then you're gonna come to understand that cow not missy tail till mosquito season. Then you're gonna say, what? The AP and you screw up, but we've been better off. That is my prediction for you. That is my prediction for Guyana. The PPP is going full throttle. The PPP don't claim they win 35 seats, they win this, they win that, they win the other, they win the next. But in all of this win that they claim they win, they want to recount in Region 4. Because if we capture Region 4, if according to our house slave, James Bond, if he delivers Region 4 to us, then they got nothing stopping we. I'm walking upon them black man back. But yeah, I can't see that. Yeah, I see $20,000 wrap up in a red t-shirt. Yeah, I see a good pet behind the Marriott. Yeah, I see an opportunity to cost your Martin black people trying who has laid before you a map out of poverty. A man is saying that we in government gonna give you a free house back. We're gonna give you a student support grant. We're gonna give you this, we're gonna give you that. Oh, he too black to be believed. Yeah, I believe the others, and I wish you luck. It's 27 minutes after 8 o'clock. The lines are open. The lines are always open, as a matter of fact. I'm encouraging you to call so we can have these conversations. And hear me, I know quite well that is another sacrifice I'm making to have these conversations, because I guess the ERC writing up another charge sheet. God forbid, but I've already steeled myself that once the election results are declared and PPP is declared a winner, I got many days. Like I said, God forbid, those intercessors who stand between me and the enemy, y'all continue to stand between me and the enemy, because I expect they got many days they're going to want to run me up these streets. I'll steel myself for that, but that's a sacrifice I prepared to make. So
guys, good morning. How is everybody doing today?
That is what will save my people. But oh my God, your heart harder than stone. Call it up. You're on.
Good morning, Kadaki. Good morning, listeners. Kadaki, they could have said better, my brother. They could not have said it better. These people think the last 5 years are bad for them. This tsunami that's coming for them, they're going to know what badness is. They're going to know. We told them.
Hey, morning. Welcome to another program of Guyanese Morning Time. It is 14 minutes past the 7 o'clock hour on the 5th day of September in the year 2025. How you been? How was you yesterday? How was you last night? How you keeping tonight? How are you keeping today? What are your projections? How do you see the day unfolding? How do you see the next few months, few years, few mornings unfolding in this country for you? Y'all talk to me. I say y'all, you know. I see. I have my own projection as to what to expect. So I'm asking for your projections. I'm asking for your projections. Some people don't like truth. Normally, like I said, I wasn't going to be broadcasting this morning, but we didn't have the benefit of Mr. Winston Jordan, and we didn't have a stake on the outcome of the elections and all of that for the week. And so yesterday, because I had to go to GCOM, I committed to go to GCOM yesterday to assist in the recount as an agent of the APNU. I couldn't be in studio to bring him on and so on and so forth. And since today is a holiday, we decided that we are going to do that today. Just so you can expect Mr. Jordan. But like I said, there's some preliminary stuff that I would share with you. I started telling you about GCOM and the recount and so on. I spent at least 8 hours down there yesterday. The rate at which they were counting, in 8 hours, I think we did about 4 boxes. It means that each box is taking about 2 hours to do. We are talking about 25 tables working. Right? There are 25 tables working. And the instruction basically is we will not stop until it's completed. Y'all could do the maths. 391 boxes, I think the focus is on. 391 boxes. Good. What I asked myself, quite frankly, what is the point of going through that exercise? What is the point of going through that exercise? Verifying what? What are we verifying? When the verification starts, this is what comes to you. The poll, we call them the ballot box. Ballot box comes with the necessary envelopes inside. P7 and 8. Yeah, that's all. Election results PE7 and 8. Valid votes, rejected votes for national, both national and regional. Valid votes, rejected votes, both national and regional. That is what comes, you know. And from the outside of that box comes the statement of poll. The statement of poll is not at the end of the electoral process folded and placed into the ballot box. It is transmitted to GCOM physically. So there's no statement of poll in the ballot box. So when the ballot box comes to you, the statement of poll is then handed over at the table. Okay? When you go into that ballot box now, you basically open the envelopes to verify their content. In that process, you might find a ballot which was deemed rejected becomes a ballot which is now deemed valid based on the arguments of the people around the table and who got the strongest say and who is more pro-government than not. So take, for example, the rules that I know for an election says your ballot has to be stamped with a 6-digit number, one at the top, one at the bottom, because the ballot is usually divided into 2 sections. Top is general and bottom regional. when the ballot is opened, and I saw yesterday, for example, there was a ballot with a stamp that you couldn't recognize what the third digit is. And so if there's a 6-digit stamp, and I can't recognize any digit in that third, in that six, presumably 6 digits that are there, is that a valid ballot? Has it conformed to the 6 digits being visible? It says 1 stamp at the top, 1 at the bottom. I've seen ballots with 3 and 4 stamps on them. Is that in keeping with the rules set out? We are told consistently, even by GCOM's education officers and so on, do not let your X touch the box, the corners of the box. Ensure you put your X in the center of the box. That is the rule established. But at the recount, you're told the X could be on the symbol, the X could be at the side of the symbol, the X doesn't have to be in the box. You're told that 3 stamps at the back of a ballot are acceptable. In the instance where I can't recognize the entire 6 digit, I'm told that is a valid ballot because where it would have come from, where it could have come from, again, among all the others, so it had to be, it got to come from the same set, it's valid. A very critical question in my mind that I ask is, because when they take out this ballot, they say official stamp, which is supposed to be the 6 digit, then they tell you who the vote is for. I ask, how do I verify that the stamp at the back there is the official stamp? Where is the stamp that was used on election day to show me that the 6 digits behind this ballot are the 6 digits that were actually generated on election day? Is it right 6 digits because all the ballots got it? All the ballots got it, says the right 6 digit. Is similarity authenticity? Is similarity authenticity? The voters list where voters were struck off was not present. So what are we sitting there doing? Just going through ballot boxes and counting the content and verifying that the count in the boxes are accurate, is accurate? I find it, I don't know. I don't know what to say. I see there are lots of videos and photos now on the internet saying that a lot of the ballot boxes were tampered with because the party seals and so on have been broken. But we still going in those boxes to count the content, eh? I got a report from a young man the other day who was in one of the polling stations that I worked. I think I mentioned it yesterday. Came to my gate and said GCOM called him, or he was called to report to GCOM. And when he got there, he found out that the post statement that they signed off on was not a post statement that the presiding officer submitted to GCOM. Are you understanding that? So in this instance, an electoral fraud took place. But GCOM has not announced to this nation that an electoral fraud took place by this presiding officer. GCOM has not announced that this presiding officer was made to be arrested by the police and will face charges according to the amendments to the Representation of the People's Act. And you will not hear that because he's Indo-Guyanese, he's a representative. Well, I can't say he is a representative of the PPP if he submitted a fraudulent post statement to benefit the PPP. From where I sit and listening to the reports of the European Union and other international observers, I mean, I don't trust them. I don't like them. I ain't give them no credibility. But even some people we don't give credibility to have said these elections could not have been free and fair. It is not just what happened on election day, but what happened leading up to election day and what happened immediately after election day. They couldn't be free and fair. It's not I say that. The observers said it. I think it is the same EU that points out that Guyana needs biometrics. I've been saying for quite a while now, so much has happened. There have been so many questionable things surrounding the elections that I believe you can go to court and have it vitiated. Save and except that the PPP not so long ago made appointments to the judiciary that leave me timid to even approach the judiciary because I don't expect rulings in keeping with the laws of this country, but what are rulings in keeping with political activism on the bench. So I really am asking, what are we really going through these processes for? What are we really going through the processes for? When, for example, the DSR, or Deputy Supernumerary Returning Officer, these were the people who were manning the tables, the assistants to the Supernumerary Returning Officer. When they make a decision at the table, and the PPP agents have a problem with that decision, and they rail up and they rile up and they make noise and they get this supernumerary officer to come to the table. For the most case, the supernumerary officer overrules the decision of the DSRO who is manning the table. Right? There was this particular case. It was a vote for the PPP. I can't remember if it's the same one with the invisible digit. But the DSRO was the first person who said, yeah, it's the same one. I can't recognize the digits on this thing. I can't recognize all the digits in it. So the DSRO was in agreement with me. That the official stamp, namely 6 digits, legible digits, if I can call them that, should be at the back of the ballot. It wasn't there because at least one of them wasn't identifiable. But then the SRO came in all of the contentious arguments and so he said it's a valid ballot. Where else it could have come from? And with my insistence, he told the DSRO, put Q on it and put it where it's supposed to go. At the end of the process, Q was placed on it, meaning it was queried, it was questioned, but it was still declared a valid ballot. What really and truly, I'm asking, what really and truly, they got people losing sleep over? What really and truly, they got, the whole of GCOM is PPP from top to bottom. At least the rules are being interpreted to benefit the PPP from top to bottom. So when you partake in this process, at the end of the day, they will come out and say, listen, there was a recount. All the party had representatives there. There was nothing untoward found. And so the process is a legitimate process. A process which was rigged from the inception, quite frankly. And so then the opposition has no recourse but to sit back and accept it. I am saying, listen, to me, an approach should be made to the courts to injunct any swearing in of anybody until they have had a forensic examination of the election that we had on the 1st of September. I think according to the laws of Ghana, the chancellor can take up the seat of perhaps acting president and oversee everything that has to be overseen in this country. I am calling on the members of the armed forces to put the interests of this nation first. Recognize first and foremost, there's no minister of anything in this country right now. Say, I'll stop calling people minister this and minister that. There is no minister of anything in this country right now. The only person who has a legitimate kind of standing in this country at this moment is the president. Because until the declaration and swearing in of another president and so on, the president stays in office. Maybe out of a doctrine of necessity or whatever they want to call it. But y'all need to do something about this. The people of this nation need to take the streets. The people of this nation need to take the streets in the millions. We ain't got so much, but you never know. The PPP manufacturing people out of the woodwork. So we need to take the streets in our millions and demand that there is no going forward until there is a forensic audit of this election, or better yet, a new one. Because I have no trust, there's no credibility in this farce that we had for an election. And you know what else dawned on me? I don't think there are enough thugs, as I might want to call it, and scrapes, as we are made to call it, agents, provocateurs, as we call it, that the PPP can get access to disrupt protests now. I don't think the PPP has that control over the dispossessed like they had previously, where they could have gone out, buy strong and buy them and send them to disrupt legitimate process and then blame it on the protesters. Because you know what? A lot of those dispossessed people have awoken. They have aligned themselves to the Win Party. At least that's my understanding. They have aligned themselves to the Win Party. So if you all say that they were thugs and so on, the person who perhaps has a monopoly on them now is a person who is contesting these elections and a person who is challenging the results of these elections. So the PPP ain't got access to buy them, to send them to disrupt any protests. They're likely to follow the instructions, follow the guidance of their political leader, Azuddin Mohammed. So here is my call to protest. I can't say if it's a safer, I can't say it's a safer environment, but I want to believe there is more control over the variables of this disruption. because the doggies and this body and the so-called influencers and so on, who the PPP could have previously bought out and send into African Guyanese and South Georgetown communities and depressed communities and say, we got the bread for your boys, let it go there and just create havoc. So we could blame the opposition. They are now in a more quote-unquote formal setting. And they are fighting against the very ills the opposition used to be fighting against. So I think there can be a joining of forces. Occupy the streets of Georgetown. Occupy the streets of this country. And let the joint services, the armed services understand what their role is. Not to intimidate citizens out of the democratic expressions. But to defend the constitution of this country. That's what I want to tell you this morning. But I want to address somebody who said to me that my exhortations this morning, if I can call them that, are not good. Dynamic dimensions. Right? Dynamic dimension says that under pressure is when you just see, I want to say, the heart of a man. Good? And from where he is sitting, I must have a very black heart. My interpretation. Horrible stuff, Kidaki. Take a break, reflect, refresh yourself, and come again. It's the tough times that test men's souls, and your behavior right now is reprehensible as we condemn the poor behavior. Yeah, my behavior is reprehensible dynamic dimensions because I am speaking truth to our people. And it doesn't benefit you if I speak truth to our people. Don't worry this, guys. I've read your comments. Kidaki, respect the will of the people. Wake up and fight a good fight. You have done a great job. Maintain your dignity, integrity, and composure. Platitudes. Bro, there are many blacks who are representing even within the PPP. Just stop this foolishness. Right? Platitudes. Because you speak for the oppressor. And I have no shame in saying that. I've seen through you. You guys have to get back. You guys have to get back, reform, get better, organize. The same angle you have now, let it drive you. You think I'm angry? You really think I'm angry? I'm not angry. And that's the thing. When a black man speaks his truth, everybody sees him as an angry black man. Yeah, there goes the angry black man. Right? There goes the angry black man. I am not angry. I'm not angry at all. All I'm doing is analyzing and pronouncing a system that is broken. And is breaking people into accepting it. That's all I can see it as. If you don't believe that I'm being factual or honest or straightforward in my discourses, yeah, listen to Rhonda Bob. She's not one of mine. I know if I ever liked the girl because of her whole outlook in life and stuff. But listen to her.
So I want now Melly Mel, Odessa Primus, and the whole bunch feel. Now y'all went against your own people. Your own people y'all went against. Imagine y'all destroyed your own party. I'm talking about PNC or APNU. Destroy, annihilate that party. The history of PNC in Guyana cannot be erased. Okay? They got good and bad history. We got good and bad times with them. But I sit down last night and I said, I would have never thought that I would live to see the day where their own people would go against them and put a coolie man in opposition. And I wonder why I always there down, or why y'all always feel down, y'all have no loyalty. None. PPP. PPP. Then always reign supreme. You want to tell you why? Because we loyal. We loyal. We don't jump ship. Not everything that glitters gold for we learned with Granger. All right? We learned that with Granger. We will never make that mistake again. Now look at y'all. Party no longer exists and it's done. And I put a coolie man in opposition for control IO. Control IO. Why you say? Our coolies dogs. He could bite your mother's cunt now. Hey guys, good morning. How is everybody doing today? So I want how Melly Mel, Odessa Primus, and the whole bunch feel. Now y'all went against your own people. Your own people y'all went against. Imagine y'all destroyed your own party. I'm talking about PNC or APNU. Destroy, annihilated that party. The history of PNC in Guyana cannot be erased. Okay? They got good and bad history. We got good and bad times with them. But I sit down last night and I said, I would have never thought that I would live to see the day where their own people would go against them and put a coolie man in opposition. And I wonder why I always there down, or why y'all always feel down, y'all have no loyalty. None. PPP. PPP. Then always reign supreme. You want to tell you why? Because we loyal. We loyal. We don't jump ship. Not everything that glitters gold for we learned with Granger. All right? We learned that with Granger. We will never make that mistake again. Now look at y'all. Party no longer exists and it's done. And I put a coolie man in opposition for control IO. Control IO. Why you say? Our coolies dogs. He could bite your mother's cunt now. Hey guys, good morning. How is everybody doing today? So I want now Melly Mel, Odessa Primus, and the...
You heard that for yourself. Now I want to say this. I don't call Mr. Jordan. I did say this is a special program for Mr. Jordan. Right? There's so many things I can address on this program. Somebody is asking if on elections day they weren't agents present in the booth. Yes, they were agents. But again, the presiding officers were the presiding officers. They control the polling station. Hey, you really have to be very, very strong to deal with them. Because every single one of them, if you ask me, came directly from Freedom House. They were even prepared to argue and fight with the returning officer to defend the PPP. The first thing as an agent or an assistant agent, whatever my portfolio was on election day, I don't pay attention to titles, so yeah, forgive me. I just put on the badge and I walk through. First thing I recognize in majority of the polling stations at Monrepo Primary Health Center, Old Health Center, and Nursery. The poll stations were not set in keeping with GCOM's rules, in that when the voter goes into the poll booth, you're supposed to at least see their back. You don't want to see how they're voting, but you want to see their back so as to ensure they won't be using a phone or etc. All of those booths, most of those booths, were set in such a way that a voter was facing the agents. And so you couldn't really see what was happening in the booths. And so I started pointing out immediately, that's wrong, that's wrong, that's wrong. I want it fixed, otherwise I'm not going to stand up here till it fixed, etc., etc., etc. There was this particular Rastafarian girl, but at least she had dreadlocks, that was prepared to fight, at least verbally, to keep it the way it was. I went and I got the returning officer, whoever he was that was responsible for the whole entire operation there. He came, he agreed, he changed it. And she had the temerity to adjust it to suit herself. I'm just showing you the difficulties you had in those polling stations. And so those maybe young people, inexperienced people who were there, fearful in the first place that they, young black girl, young black boy operating in a PPP stronghold, and you got PPP people up and down and in the returning officers against them and so on. It's like you're fighting 5 people in a polling station, you alone. And so when they object to a vote, a ballot, and the presiding officer who has the final say, well, it's valid, it's valid, what else you could do about that? I had to leave the area to go to another community so that one of my agents could have voted before they closed the poll. When I came back, polls were closed already. And I met one of our representatives, or one of our agents outside of the gate of the Monroe primary. What are you doing here, girl? They say I'm not a counting agent, so I can't stay. The same Rastafarian girl or dreadlocked young lady basically instructed her to leave the polling station because she ain't got no letter that says she is a counting agent. When GCOM rule says that if you are the agent in the polling station up to the end of close and you have not been removed by your party, you automatically become the counting agent. And so I told her, I said, let's go. We went back into the polling place. And the presiding officer was resistant. She even told the police to lock me out, shut the door in my face. I went to the returning officer. He said, but Mr. Amsterdam, this can't be so. I sent these people a message since early in the day explaining that to them. He showed me the message. He went to her. He asked her if she didn't read the message. She didn't read the message. She didn't know. So we had to pay for her ignorance because the count was proceeding. I demanded that the count be restarted in the presence of my agent. She resisted. The returning officer had to call one of the seniors for that instruction to be accepted from this girl. Y'all understand the difficulties that we face in elections. Everybody like say, but every party had an agenda, how this happen or how that happen. Because at the end of the day, the authority that is given to the returning officer, the PO, presiding officer, is like them is God and them is God only. Nobody else could say anything. Understand that? At the end of the process, she was one of the last ones to turn out her box. Because as I said, she aggressive and she arrogant, but like she know maths. The question is whether or not is she know maths or she was cooking figures. So those are just some of the challenges. I says Mr. Jordan Morning. Let me call him. You will hear more, I guess, as things unfold. But from where I said, I said it since the joint services voted. It's no sense in going forward with this election. There are too many issues.
Hello, Kadaki.
Hi, Mr. Jordan Morning. How are you doing?
Hi, good morning, man. Good morning. I am well. I am with the times. Thankful Thursday again, you know. Thankful to be in the land of the living.
You know, no?
Yes. Like I said, every time, lots of people didn't make it. But we're thankful for our life. And let me just use it to give a shout out to my former schoolmate and good friend, Ivadni Mangar, who's celebrating her birthday today. I hope when you get back from your tours overseas that we can have a celebratory event to drown our sorrows, if those are it, or to celebrate our life generally. You know. Now, happy Human Nabi to all our listeners, if that is what we say. Happy Human Nabi to all our listeners, because you can forget that today is a holiday and today is a Muslim holiday, as a national holiday for Muslims, and we want to celebrate with them at this time. Going right into a subject matter which could get lost within this whole election thing, which I will deal with just now. Is there echo, Kadaki? Is there echo in the background? Yeah. Yes. I want to be with the residents of Brianville who are now waging a battle against the owners of Mays School, who have taken over the eastern part of the Farnham ground, ostensibly claiming that they're putting up a temporary structure of concrete, steel, and others, effectively appropriating public property. You know, and if the mayor, his worship, Alfred Mentor, and his councillors gave permission for this monstrosity to be going up on public property, you know, they should face the population of Georgetown. Mays School has its own property that was burnt earlier in the year. And by now, the firemen, the fire people would have done their report and given them the go-ahead to clear the debris and either reconstruct or build whatever temporary structures they wish to do there. Why are they appropriating public property? And I am with the residents of Brianville. If they don't put a stop to this nonsense, it's taking place all over the place. People appropriating bell grounds, cemeteries, you know, anything, right? The Carifesta Avenue, where we are accustomed to going on Sundays and watch softball, cricket, and people exercising and so on. They've appropriated large chunks of that. There's still a big echo, Kidaki. I could hear it in the background. Kidaki? Yes. You know, they've appropriated large swaths of public land in Carifesta Avenue. So all the free spaces where we could enjoy the Atlantic breeze coming into the land to cool the rest of Georgetown will now be blocked out by a humongous hotel that they are putting up there, and so on. And that is where all of our public spaces for recreation are disappearing, you know. And again, as I said, I am with the residents of Sir Brianville, and they should move to the court to halt this construction that is taking place on the Farnham ground. You know, there's so little spaces left where you could enjoy a little recreation in the afternoon, a little exercise and whatnot. People are forced to exercise on the road and encounter the traffic. You know, I used to have a ground here in front, just in front of me, north of my house, that I used to go and exercise on. Now they did all kind of nonsense to that ground. The walk strip that we had created so that you could, you know, do a couple of laps and so on have gone. That's gone. And now I'm forced to use the road and all the traffic in the mornings and so on. You know, this is Dubai. This is the fastest growing country in the world where you can't find recreational spaces to do a bit of exercise. I say to the Sir Brianville people, go quickly, get an injunction, stop the building. There's nothing temporary about concrete and steel. It's not like the tents that they put up there soon after the fire. That is definitely temporary. Now they're moving to concrete and steel. And I'm saying, if the mayor and his Mary Band gave permission for that, I say shame on you guys. No wonder the citizens of Georgetown and the residents of Region 4 and other residents of this country are behaving the way they're behaving. No wonder. So I want to start off this discussion by telling the residents I'm with them in spirit. At least I recognize their fight, and of course they have enough influential people in that area, the finance and the whoever else in that area to put up the kind of money and get the lawyers to go to court and stop that construction that is taking place on public property. It's amazing, just amazing, amazing, amazing. A school for profit, which can go and buy out any other areas and so on, can get people to agree with them to create structures on public property in the manner in which they are doing. Haven't we lost enough parapets and drains and alleys and all these things to private people who are gobbling up every conceivable space they have in this country, blocking drains, blocking pathways, everything, concrete, no more green, no more grass, no more mud, just concrete all over the place, changing the temperature, blocking out the Atlantic breeze from coming in and cool the place. When are we going to say enough is enough? When are we going to put up our hands and say enough of this nonsense? When are we going to put up our hands and say it is people who not concrete? I am with you, people of Sir Brianville and any other place where you define these private gobblers who gobbling up our public lands and our recreational spaces. Well, the talk of the day, of course, is the elections that were held on Monday, September the 4th. And so far, we have got our Monday morning quarterbackers for those who understand, admire, and love American football, which is different to the English football that we know, which they have now rechristened soccer. And so the game usually played on Sunday, right? The season should start soon if it hasn't started already. And then on Monday now you get those who watch the game and who will tell you what should have happened, which place shouldn't have been, which place should be, and so on. So we have a lot of Monday morning quarterbackers. We got a lot of CFR people, right? We have a lot of soothsayers. We have a lot of armchairers. We have the observers, of course, and we have many, many more, each with their own understanding and their own analysis of what happened, what took place, what should have happened, what shouldn't have happened, and so on. Eventually, though, for many, it is all over by the shouting, and the shouting being the so-called recount that is taking place at the moment. Because strictly speaking, what is happening is not a recount. It's not really a recount in the strictest sense of the word, because my understanding is that they're just counting ballots in the box, which is the same old story again. But those ballots are not being reconciled with tally sheets, the lists, and other election material. In other words, then, any recount should not just be a simple recount, but it must be a forensic audit. It must be a forensic audit of the polling that took place in those particular subdivisions or whatever the case may be, resulting in what is in that box. And yesterday I saw, just to debate quickly, a big row between I think it was an APNU rep. God bless her. She's really, really done. She has really done some quality work over the years. And a GCOM rep over the X. Now, if you have a ballot with boxes in which you consistently tell people as part of the voter education to put your X, not a Y, not a Z, but put the X in the box and make certain it doesn't touch the borders of the box, which will then clearly identify who you are voting for. Even the voter education put out by GCOM said that. But now, when you're counting or you're recounting, you're trying to say an X or a Y outside the box is a valid vote. Then what's the purpose of putting a box on the ballot? There can be no purpose to putting a box on the ballot. Why not remove the lines and let people put whatever they want? In fact, why not let people just cross over the symbol? Why you don't tell them just cross over the symbol? Whether you want to X it, Y it, Z it, or even draw upon it. So in that way, you don't have to put lines and all that kind of thing. The people will know a symbol, they understand the symbol, and they will take over the symbol, and then you know exactly their intent. But if you put the boxes there and tell people they must put an X, not a Y or a Z, an X in the box, and make certain that that X doesn't touch the borders of that box, and then we will count it as a valid vote. How now you're rowing and having people shouting at the top of their voices and everything else, when you're seeing people put X and Y and Z and whatever else outside the box. Those things must, and they're not nitpicking. You can't just decide to change the rules midway through the game. And especially when those rules are favoring one party over the rest. But I got ahead, but I had to deal with that one because it's the simplest of them. I don't understand why you had to take up how much, half an hour or whatever, and ultimately decide to put a Q on it and we can come back to it later and all this kind of story over a simple instruction that you, GCOM, had said in your voter education. But like I said, I got ahead of myself. Now, it's generally agreed that on the day of the voting, things were quiet and peaceful. The strategy that the PPP had developed many years ago is to give a holiday on the day of voting. Prior to that, those who are old enough will recognize that there was no holiday on voting day. But the PPP forced introduced it. And it was strategic in terms of what they were doing at the time when they introduced it. Because at the time when they introduced it, their supporters were mostly the ones who controlled transportation of any kind, whether it was cars, minibuses, dray carts, or whatever else. And people on that day, when they put a holiday, and when no transportation was available, found it difficult to get to their polling stations, especially where the polling stations were not within walking distance. And so many people got either upset or frustrated and stayed home, many of them being the opposition's supporters. And in many ways, it happened this time around too. It happened this time around too. A holiday. People tend to sport the day before the holiday, come home late, sleep late, and couldn't be bothered to get out and vote. This used to be typical of the APNU supporters. So the PPP caught on to something, declare a holiday. And even though years afterwards, many people own their own transportation, there were still large complaints on September the 4th about access to public transportation, whether it was minibus or otherwise. Number of people didn't have access to that public transit because public transit literally stopped working. The day before in Linden, for example, many of the gas stations ran out of gas because of what took place. The incumbent going up there and giving out free gas vouchers. So a lot of people didn't turn up to the poll because they didn't have access to transportation. And even though the opposition parties, because here the incumbent had access to all kinds of transportation, all kinds, including transportation that is owned by the government. They had access to that also. And they could have been seen ferrying people all over the place. A whole bus ferried Bangladeshis from one side to Diamond. So that accounted for that. Then there was voter apathy, clearly. You see, yesterday I was speaking, I overheard a conversation. I was downtown and I overheard a conversation and I stopped right away. And I joined the conversation. What was the conversation? I overheard a big guy. Look, either slightly younger or slightly younger of me, or just around the same age or so. I overheard him saying, "I didn't vote." So I turned around and I said, "So why you didn't vote?" He said, and this was an African Guyanese, by the way. He said, "Voting is a waste of time in Guyana because it can end up being the same thing. It can end up being the same thing." That's what he said. Exact words. It's going to end up being the same thing. Right? That the PPP going to win. So what's the sense voting? So I said, "Man, don't you care anything about the fact that your ancestors would have fought and died to give you this right here? Don't you feel that if you don't vote, that whoever wins, it means that you would have voted for them? Don't you feel that you should have a stake, a say in how the country is governed by making certain that you vote? Don't you feel that your vote might have been the one that would have given the opposition a better chance to get into government than not? He wasn't persuaded. He wasn't persuaded. And I tell myself, you know, because a lot of people said it's the young people, because a large number of young people failed to turn up to vote. A lot of people would have felt, well, it's the young people who was this, but they seem to be also all kinds. And I hope that he didn't represent, you know, that category of people who didn't turn up to vote because of the reasons that he gave. But the reasons that he was given, big man as he is, who would obviously have gone through all the issues of the 60s and the 70s and so on. And he's at that age telling you and giving you all those reasons why he didn't vote. What about the young people? What about them? What about them who haven't had access to the wealth and the income that is being derived in this country, especially from oil? What about them who wake up every morning and it's the same thing? No job, no income, the same eyes looking at them hungry, hoping that today will be a better day than tomorrow. But then they look around and they see improvements in other areas, access in other areas. And they tell themselves, rather than getting involved in the process, they will further pull themselves out of the process by not voting. Because for them, it's hopeless. And they will take whatever they get, if they're going to get something. What about those? They didn't turn up to vote. And there were large numbers of young people who didn't turn up to vote. My assessment is that where the APNU was concerned and number of the other opposition parties, it is the middle age to the middle to the upper ages who went out there and voted. And I had a good idea of that because where I voted, I hardly saw any person, any young person, turn up to vote. It was always the people 40s, 50s, 60s, 70s, 80s who turn up to vote. But the young people were missing in large numbers. So there are a number of reasons why there was a low turnout, estimated to be somewhere in the region of 58%, rounded up. 58% of the OLE. So there was a low turnout. But in the strongholds of the opposition and the main opposition, APNU, there was an even lower turnout based on these results that have been published so far. And one has to think that they will be ratified more or less as is, because even with the recount, quite frankly, I don't know if anybody's expecting any cataclysmic change in the numbers that they've put out there. There may be an adjustment here, an adjustment there, as you argue over one vote. Since you're not doing a forensic recount, then it's just counting ballots and determining maybe the ones that you rejected, whether to bring them back in, or the ones that you accepted, whether it has to go out and so on. But that is, it's just a plus or a minus, but it's not going to be any cataclysmic change in this. And the fact that it's only part of Georgetown that is being counted, as opposed to the entire Georgetown, and the fact that it's other major regions like Region 10, Region 6, Region 3, and so on are not being counted. So just that there's not going to be any cataclysmic change in these results. So you have a scenario where, based on what valid votes cast of roughly 438,467 votes, and an OLE that had 757,690 eligible, including my dead brother, who was died 13 years ago. He was on the OLE. And he could have voted if he had the powers to rise again, to rise and come again. 13 years afterwards, he's still on the list. And by the way, if GCOM expects me or my relatives to go and carry a death certificate in them for them thing, I could tell them a lot of choice words and use a lot of choice adjectives. Because for the amount of money that we paying them every month, a $3 million monthly salary to the commissioner or thereabouts or close to that, and millions more to the 6 commissioners who are mostly part-time commissioners. They're not full-time commissioners, they're part-time. You meet when they got work. I say, y'all go and do your job. Don't wait upon me. And that in any case, even if I were to carry that certificate, I understand the hoops that you got to jump through to get your relative up. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. They have put up so many obstacles, claiming them to be legal and otherwise, to get people off that list. But listening to Mark Bishop last night and back this morning, he showed how Jamaica, how they do it, and how they do it successfully. Dead people, how they can remove, and they do dead people. The synergy between the boards and deaths place and the elections commission place. You think that you don't have that synergy here? They don't want it. They don't want it because they want to create every excuse to keep that list bloated. Every excuse they want to do. Years ago, when that GCOM was run by Sir Harold Bollers, they made all kinds of noise. We didn't have this kind of bloat that you're talking about today, but they made all kinds of noise. Look at what you have today. A list that continues to grow and grow and grow and grow. Nearly 100,000 people were added to the OLE between 2020 and 2025. Nearly 100,000 people became eligible to vote between 2020 and 2025. Unheard of. In this small territory, these small numbers. Everything is being hidden behind a law. I said before, here you have this problem with the Commonwealth citizens. Here you have this problem with the Commonwealth citizens. And everything got to become charged. I made a post on Facebook that everybody was missing what the Constitution was saying. The Constitution didn't only talk about residency. It talked about domicile and resident. That's what our Constitution says. Domicile and resident. And even the GCOM PRO, in trying to explain this, got it wrong. Got it wrong. Even the GCOM PRO didn't even understand the very Constitution. Talking about people who are here, Commonwealth citizens who are here for a year, are eligible to vote. They're not eligible to vote. They're not eligible to vote because our framers of that Constitution were smart enough to put in the word domicile. And not all resident, it is domicile and resident. So it's 2 criteria you got to satisfy. And you tell me how Bangladeshis who came here on contract, clearly with the intention of going back home, can be eligible to vote after being in Guyana for 1 year. Tell me. Let the liars come up and say what I'm saying is not factual, nor is illegal or is incorrect interpretation. The framers put in our constitution domicile and resident. Residence is temporary. So once you're here for a year, you're temporary indeed. But that's one part to satisfy. That is one part to satisfy. Let us put it this way. Suppose you are Guyanese, married a Ghanaian, and you bring your wife to Guyana. You live in Guyana. You have been resident in Guyana. You've been domiciled in Guyana. You the husband. You're domiciled in Guyana, and you're working with Guyana. And you intend to work, especially if, let us say, you're working with the government. And so you intend to work until you're 55 or 60. You married a Ghanaian, the Ghanaian wife comes here, you'll get children, she gets work, she integrates into society, she gets work, right? She's a professional, she gets work here, she set up business or some sort of thing. For all practical purposes, that is an individual who is domiciled in Guyana because of the fact that they're married and they have no intent of going back to Ghana permanently. That individual, that wife, having work, starts paying taxes in Guyana. Not to Ghana. And for all intents and purposes, that Ghanaian, were she to go back to Guyana, may not be eligible to vote because they would have lost their residency or whatever requirement in that constitution. That's what domicile is all about. And when the registration is taking place for Commonwealth citizens, GCOM people have to ask the hard questions of the Commonwealth citizen before they can be registered. Because the Constitution never said resident. It said domicile and resident. All those people who are masquerading as Commonwealth citizens on our OLE are there illegally. I said so. I'm not a liar, but I understand basic language of the Constitution. You telling me somebody comes to this country, can't even speak our language, don't understand our culture, nothing, pays no taxes in Guyana, comes here on contract, pays no taxes, comes here on contract for a specified time with the intention of departing at the end of the contract. With the intention of departing to their homeland at the end of the contract. You were telling me they can vote in my elections and influence the outturn of that election while they skip and hop on their plane 1 year or 2 years from now and leave me in the misery that they would have created by their vote? You were saying that. That is the understanding of our framers of the Constitution, some brilliant minds like Shahabudin and them who were involved in the framing of our Constitution. That is what they are intended. That is what they intended when they say Commonwealth citizen. That you must come here 1 year and then you're eligible to vote. That is not what the Constitution says. And I thank Neville Bisembo who had a letter there yesterday. I urge people to read it. It was in Stabrook News. And I thank Christopher Ram, who had a letter even before then, like about 2 weeks before then, on this matter of domicile and resident. But let me tell you, it can never be the case that you can bring Bangladeshi, Indians, or whoever else in this country on contract and tell me that they can vote after a year in my election, when the intent, as all of us know, and those poor people know, that they are going back home to Bangladesh and to India and wherever else they come from at the end of their contract. It's no different than what happened in indentured laborers. Indentured laborers came here on contract. They were never domiciled in Guyana. They came on contract. At the end of the contract, many of them went back home. Home was India. Many of them went back home. Some decided to stay after the terms of the contract were altered by the colonials. Some got land, they were induced to stay because they were then given land and all this kinds of story. After the end of that, they became domiciled in Guyana. But obviously couldn't vote because they would have been things to do with wealth and income and all these things that the colonials would have put. There, the universal adult suffrage didn't come until 1953 or sometime around then. So they wouldn't have been eligible to vote. But they would have been domiciled in Guyana subsequently, not the first time when they came as indentured. They weren't domiciled in Guyana. So I wish this particular matter that only surfaced in this election, but it's been there all the time underneath, because it didn't have the effect that it will have going forward, now and going forward. The influence that foreigners are going to have in our elections. The Commonwealth citizens took the cake because of that fact. But underlying all of that is the involuntary migration that is taking place. Nearly 100,000 Venezuelans, numerous Brazilians, numerous Chinese, numerous Cubans that are here and that will ultimately influence the outcome of our elections going forward. You know, as you just now rightly said, Kidaki, when people of African descent speak up to defend themselves, they are told that they are racist, they're angry, and all this kinds of story. You know, you're right. We have to reassess this whole program and programming as to whether you will continue, or if you continue, what direction it will go. Because you get the impression sometimes that you're speaking to a brick wall. You get the impression sometimes that this is not something either people want to hear or they're too preoccupied in the other things that they are doing. You get the impression that the struggle is real for many of them, and they are more interested in earning a dollar, however that dollar comes about, rather than you telling them anything about history and so on. Jagyo talks about civic education. God knows who is going to come up with that curriculum for that particular civic education. But the education that is required for people to go far in this country will not be given to them. And I'm afraid that the results of this election may push more and more progressive people out. In other words, then they may say, well, what's the sense I talking? You know, I'm hearing about that. I'm hearing about that. Talking to some people, they say, well, why let us suffer? Because look what we do and this and that. I don't take that view. I don't take that view, quite frankly. Right? You know, we just gotta continue, you know, reaching one and teach one. But this is where the tremendous lack of education, especially post 1992. We had a very conscious and aware population pre 1992. The education system, as much as we thought that it was colonial and certain, Barnum did a lot to change that education system post 1966. A lot of us were aware. History was very important to us. Civics was very important to us. General knowledge was very important to us. We got rid of all those things. Look where we are today. You can't talk to an ordinary youngster. They know nothing about Guyana. I'm telling you, they know nothing about Guyana. They cram for common entrance. By the time they reach grade 7 or whatever it is, you ask them basic stuff. They don't know. I remember when Granger said, President Granger said sometime when he held an examination among 6 or 7 or 8 folks, or 10 or 11 of them, who were vying to become commissioner of police. Some of them didn't know the geography of Guyana. That's how bad things are. That's how bad things are. That's how bad things are. That's how far we have degenerated. So you end up now with a population. You end up now with a population that literally knows nothing of its history. That is being told a bastardized version of our history. And whose attention span is no more than an ant. So sometimes when you come here and you speak these things, who's listening? The middle to elder folks. It's few people, young people, who will meet me and say, oh, Mr. Jordan, I listened to you on Thursday or something. Few. The people who come up to me and say that they listen to me are basically middle to elder folks. And those are the ones who voted fairly solidly come September the 4th for the APNU and opposition. How to reach that other cohort, young people who are supposed to be the future of this country, it's going to be something of introspection that has to be looked at. But I will tell you what. We have problems with Venezuela and Suriname with our border. We don't seem to want to educate our people. We don't want to educate our people about these two problems. We want to put them under the carpet and use them for political advantage. So we encourage 100,000 plus Venezuelans to come here and then tell them vote for the PPP. Because you see what we give you cash grant. Yes, they give the Venezuelans cash grant. You see, we give you housing. Yes, they give Venezuelan housing in that same area around there at the back by Mandela here. Eventually, they also be giving them land. You hear things like Guyanese lazy. And of course, you know which category they're talking about. That Venezuelans are doing jobs that you take in 100 days to do, they're doing it in 10 days. You're hearing those kinds of things. They are putting down their own people while they're building up other races, whether it be Chinese or the Venezuelans or the Cubans or so on. That's what they're doing. That's what this government is doing. That is what this government is doing. And in 5 years' time, by you come to 2030, it won't be any better. What the government has been doing is to build up the fortresses to entrench themselves forever in Guyana, achieving their original objective. But some of us aren't smart enough to see what is happening. But the day of reckoning will come. The day of reckoning will come. We were a minority. Thanks to the machinations of the British, we became a minority. Right? Us Africans became a minority in Guyana, a country that our ancestors and so on built with their hands. People say, oh, if you talk that you're not inclusive. What inclusive? I am speaking here about equity. Equity. Where's the equity where the Africans who built this country with their hands? Where is that? Where is that? Equity is the crumbs that you're throwing at me. But then, of course, if you back up people long enough into a corner where they might be getting Kira and white mouth and so on, then for the sustenance and existence, many of them will go across. They are not able to fight anymore. And in any case, if you don't have the sustenance, everyday sustenance, then you're losing your strength and your will to fight. So for those who lost their will to fight, they pull themselves out of the mainstream of development. They pull themselves because they don't see themselves voting for the PPP. They pull themselves out. Others don't see themselves voting for the PPP. They decide to vote for this win. And so the results that you are seeing reflect that. But I am saying to you, the ultimate goal of the PPP is to make this country a one-party state. The ultimate goal. And they're on their road. If this results is anything to go by, they are on their road to achieving that status. Because the longer opposition people are out of power, it's the harder for them to achieve that status. And certainly not in a scenario where enormous sums of money are to be had from our oil sector. But we will come back a little bit to that if we progress. So that is voting there was peaceful. The voting was characterized by a very low turnout, as I said, roughly 58% of the so-called OLE. But this voting could neither be said to have been free and fair and free from fear. And all the observers, in their very diplomatic way and going around and come around, they signaled that. They said, yes, the voting took place in an atmosphere of peace. They said that. And we agree. There was no violence or any incident of violence and all this kind of story. But they all said, some of them more diplomatic than others, that the voting was far from being free and fair and free from fear. I think it was the European Union that recognized, for example, that the incumbent had actually set up voting stations within the vicinity of polling places, thus intimidating voters. Intimidating voters. And that may have had an effect of some voters deciding to stay home. Many of the things that the observers have come up with, I said them on this program. I've said them long before the observers. In the first place, you remember, since last year, I think it was our oldest year, I said, I don't believe in observers because they usually will come here, spend a couple of days, enjoy the good life. They come already with half or three-quarters of the report prepared, say the same things, and then run back. I don't know, maybe this time they've listened to the program or something, but they've been a bit more observant this time around, and they had a bit more to say via their preliminary reports, as opposed to waiting until some time afterward bringing out final reports. Some of them, and I give kudos to the European Union because they have always had comprehensive reports, and it wasn't any different this time around. Comprehensive report they have given where they have observed almost every single aspect and commented on it. But the only problem I have, they can all go to the section of observed reports, maybe in the National Library, and they will find all of them there. All. Very little, if any, of the recommendations have been taken into account. And unless the observers as a group can come together and use their influence in pushing for change in Guyana, we here will be too powerless to make that change, because you can't ask a government that now claims it has won 36%, 36 seats in a very statistically improbable result. You aren't asked them to change laws that are already in their favor. They will only do that under pressure from the international community. Yes, that is how powerless the populace in Guyana has come. Made worse by a populace that doesn't seem to want to break the mold of ethnic division. I feel, I feel, I don't want, frustrated sometimes when I read some analysis that says Wynn's feat has essentially transformed politics in Guyana and has broken the back of race voting. I mean, who are these people? Who are these people? Where is that analysis? Wynn supposedly got 16 seats. Great for a 3-month party. Come out. You analyze these 16 seats, where they come from and so on. Because when you do, you will see that these 16 seats were gained predominantly from APNU strongholds and Amerindians. That's where. And those two are at the bottom of the economic ladder in this country. They are the ones that are being deprived of income. They are the ones who, watching as the ships roll by, the ships with all the millions of barrels of oil and so on, rolling by, and when the money comes back, they're not getting it. They're the ones who every day will tell you. Now, I'm not saying that they don't have poor Indians. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying they don't have poor Indians, but I'm saying as groups, the African Guyanese and the Amerindian Guyanese are at the bottom of the social ladder. And prove me wrong. Prove me wrong where that is concerned. And that is where Wynn has come in to fill a void that the APNU or the PNC was filling up to 1992. So when you see Win get 60, a 3-month party get 60 seats, and you're telling me this has transformed politics in Guyana. How was it? Politics in Guyana seems to be only transformed when the very fluid African vote moves to Indian-dominated parties. So the transformation is in one direction. As Rhonda Bob says in our own raw way in that thing, in that video you played this morning. She said, we Indians, we are not disloyal. Our Africans are disloyal to your own party. Y'all put a Kulima. I just quoting her. Y'all put 2 Kulimen to rule y'all. That's what she said. As raw as it gets. I mean, she could have been a bit more subtle, but she is not known for being subtle. So you're claiming that you've broken the back of racial politics because African guys have gravitated to a party that is ostensibly being led by an Indian billionaire. That's transformation. Transformation will only take place when the voters of Guyana, Indian, African, Chinese, Amerindian, are free. Capital F, capital R, capital E, capital E, are free to vote for the best candidate without believing that there will be a backlash from a leader, a backlash in the community, and so on. And I could say that day is not on the horizon. It's not on the horizon. It's not on the horizon. Look yesterday or the day before, the poor lady who voted for Win ostensibly and systematically abused by somebody else who ostensibly was celebrating the PPP victory. Abused, stuff jump out. And that is not an aberration. It is no exception or otherwise that PPP set up their voting stations on voting day close to where the polling stations are. It's an intimidatory tactic. Mr. X, we see you. Don't forget we gave you the cash grant. Auntie Betta, how things? You remember the health voucher that we gave out? Them is intimidatory tactics. Those are. And so you will be hard pressed. You will be hard pressed to see those people, for example, voting for, say, APNU, even if they liked what they heard that the APNU was saying. When you could break that mold of racism in Guyana, then you could talk about transformation in the politics, not when African Guyanese who have always had a fluid vote. Not when African Guyanese go over to a Win or go over to PPP. That's not transformation. That's not transformation. In all of the history of the PPP, have they had one black leader? One African Guyanese as a leader? Have they ever had that? You know what Cherry Jagan said? We don't want to dominate anybody, but we also don't want to be dominated. Ask Bonham why he left the PPP. It wasn't ideological or partly ideological, but it wasn't that. Bonham could challenge for anything else except the leader of the PPP. And wasn't it allegedly that Teddy Jagan who told Walter Rodney that he should campaign in their areas and leave the PPP areas for them to campaign in? Wasn't he who allegedly said something to that effect? What is the thinking behind all of this? What is the thinking behind all of this? I agree with Teddy that they don't want to dominate anybody, but they don't want to be dominated. And this should be the mantra of every single race in this country, particularly Guyanese of African descent. We have been too long dominated. We don't seek to dominate anybody, but we have been too long dominated. Is there anybody on the horizon in the PPP, any African Guyanese or so on, who got any hope of becoming the leader of the PPP? Is it transformational politics when African Guyanese gravitate an Indian party, but you don't have it in the reverse? So don't tell me nothing about Win has broken the mold and so on. Win hasn't broken anything beyond maybe Win. And how can you make that kind of assessment from a 3-month party? How can you? It's the same thing y'all told us, that AFC has broken the mold back in 2006. You said AFC has broken mold. Breakthrough in politics, AFC gets 5 seats. Without an analysis, AFC gets 5 seats that would have gone to APNU had they not been in place. How is that breaking mold? 2011, AFC gets 7 seats. The mold continues to be broken. Where they get the 7 seats from? They would have gone to the APNU. No breakthrough in so-called PPP strongholds. None. But you talking about this being transformational politics and making difference. How you will make a difference if the opposition before the AFC, let me say, had 31 seats? Had 31 seats. The PPP didn't need the opposition to do anything except major changes to the constitution. So how is it breaking mold when AFC comes up, gets 5 seats, and the PNC is now down to 26 seats? How is it breaking mold? Y'all two combine back to the same 31, and y'all still can't influence anything at the PPP. You want to see how? Go back to 2011. APNU had, I think, 26 seats, and AFC had 33. Tell me what difference were they able to make? A minority government, a minority executive was free to do whatever they wanted with little to no impact by an opposition that was in the majority. They weren't able to win a single concession out of the Ramatara government. Not one. And Ramatara prorogued the parliament, then agree to expose the agreements for the Amila Falls. He rather prorogued the parliament, which he did. And he rather lose power, which is what he did, than to work with a majority opposition. So even when you are 33 in the opposition and they had 32, they show you who was boss. Who was boss, not you, the 33. Which brings me right away to split the votes. Split the votes. Y'all talk about book sense without common sense being nonsense. Split the votes. They sent all kinds of mixed messages to the constituencies. The poor people were so confused. They say, by me, I ain't voting. I can stay home. I ain't able with this nonsense. Split the votes. Which, you know, Guyanese of African descent, you guys, I don't know, man. This is how we stay the same. It reminds me back in 1997, where allegedly a small party decided they can't win, so they say, vote for PPP. Allegedly, that's what it is alleged to have been said like that. That really nearly cost the poor man his life. Because that is the rumor that said thing wrong. That they said that he said that if you're not going to vote for his party, then you must vote for PPP. He has disowned it. I seem to recall him disowning it and said he never said so, right? But here it comes back live in this elections. Split the votes. Big people, intelligent people, telling them to split the votes. It can create greater representation at the table. My God, this is what I'm telling you about lack of history, lack of history, lack of civic education. You had 33 seats in 2011, and the government had 32, and you had no seat at the table, none. 33. And you are going to say now, split the votes, it can create a wider distribution at the table. What table? What table? Now you split the votes, what happened? Now you tell them split the votes, many of them agreed. They say, okay, we can split the votes. Now here what happened, you split the votes. So according to the numbers that have been put in the public, as a result of splitting the votes, APNU supposedly got 77,998. AFC got 3,680. Right? So APNU AFC, which combined in 2020 to get 217,920 votes. You were telling me in the space of 5 years that they could only muster roughly 81,500 votes? Eh? You are telling me 5 years afterwards, from 217,920, that they are down now to 81,000 combined, even though they haven't combined. This is what the problem with the mathematics of this particular election. And if I get time, I can read a letter that was put in the public domain by Dr. Thomas Singh from University of Guyana, and perhaps another one by Professor Terence Blackman, to show you the implausibility of these results. So APNU, according to the figures that they put out there, get 77,998 votes. And the AFC get 3,680, I think, votes. ALP, Broom's party, get 969. Don't even make 1,000. Split the votes. FGM, Forward Guyana Movement, supposedly got 4,326 votes. Something around that, which may make them eligible for a left back seat. The PPP is the only party that seemed to have increased the votes in a situation where voter turnout was considerably less than 2020. They have now gone to 242,498 votes. Whereas in 2020, they got 233,336 votes. You see the incredulity of these numbers and the elections? You seen it? And then Win gets 109,066 votes for a likely 16 seats. So apparently, the way how it goes, it should be some distribution of about 36 for PPP, 16 for Win, 12 for APNU, and a possible one for Guyana Movement. They will get the left back seat. Same thing like the party got in 2020. The left back vote. And I don't want it to sound derogatory. A seat is a seat. A seat is a seat. And it will be no less than the one that will get 36 and the one who get 12 and so on. Let me still members of parliament and so on. But this is the point. When you combine the opposition now, they got 29 seats as a result of splitting the votes. You got 29. The last time you had 32. And the joiner, the woman who, well, not all two of them, they didn't think that they were part of the opposition. So even though the government had 33, they got an extra seat from the joiner because the joiner always voted with the government. The joiner never put up anything of substance to represent the so-called constituency that they were supposed to be representing. So they gave the government an extra seat, a cushion. And for that, they got rewarded with deputy speaker, and they got rewarded with advisor position, and they got rewarded with being put on boards and so on. That is what you mean when you say split the vote for wider representation? Is that what you mean? Is that what you meant? Because you ain't got no seat at no table to get. None. You ain't got no seat. And you will be a voice in the wilderness, completely ignored, even while you are in parliament. That's what will happen to you. That's what will happen to you. Because the PPP don't need you. They didn't need you when they had 32. They didn't need you when they had 33. And they certainly don't need you when they get 36. And Jagdeo begun to play games already. He has begun to play games. He said he can court APNU rather than Win. What the hell does that mean? He don't need the APNU. He never needed the APNU. Never. And if nothing fall for that, well, them 53 years that they're in politics would have been wasted. Wasted. Let's be blunt. PPP don't need none of these parties. None. And I don't even see how their governance will change. They have this thing down pat. They don't need no opposition. The only reason why they need opposition is to give the impression that Guyana is a democracy. But how can you, opposition parties, be partaking in a system that is rigged against you? Well, it will never be rigged for you. But everything is against you. You ain't got no hope of winning these elections, nor anyone in the future. Not with the present system. You got a system, we talked about it here, where there are no laws, no regulation, no nothing, preventing the incumbent from using massive state resources to promote themselves. No law. No, you may say, well, what happened under the PNC and so on. My brother, we don't seem to understand that the economy of pre-1992, or say even 2020, or pre-2020, has changed dramatically when it comes to money. availability of money dramatically. The incumbent ain't going anywhere in this kind of system that we got here. Ain't got no hope of changing the system once the incumbent is there. The kind of money that we got coming to this country, never seen before. So, but prior to 2020, we shared poverty equally, just to be sarcastic. We share poverty equally, but post 2020, we sharing poverty unequally. Only this time around, if you holler hard enough, we could distribute a cash grant. If you holler hard enough, we could bring free tolls on the bridges. If you holler hard enough, we could give out a health voucher and a child care voucher and a because we care voucher. You just keep hollering and you're going to get these temporary fixes. Nothing permanent. Nothing permanent. Right? And there are only so many roads you can build in which you will employ labor. That labor is not permanent. It's temporary. When the road done, most of the labor got to go home, hoping that another road gonna start. So there are no permanent jobs that are being created in this country. Or let me step back a bit. There are very few permanent jobs that are being created. A lot of them jobs that are being created are of a temporary nature. Some of them more temporary than others, but they're all that temporary. There's nothing sustainable about the jobs that you get in. You get a quick income because they're building a road and giving out some income and so on, and somebody gets signaling and somebody get a water cannon that you're wetting the road for the dust and so on. And they bring a little money and so forth. But those are temporary stuff. As the road is finished, you got to go. You got to go and look for another road or something else. Right? So, PPP don't need you. And even as we speak, the PPP in waiting for 2030, they've already started scheming about 2030. Their ultimate goal is to get up to that 2/3 without having to depend on the support of WIN, GIN, APNU, or whoever else. That's their ultimate goal, to get up to that 2/3. And once they get that 2/3, they can radicalize this country, the constitution, everything. Don't need people. No, they can go to APNU and ask them, we will cooperate, or we send out feelers to cooperate with APNU. 36 and APNU 12 is 48. They get the 2/3 there. What it is that they be requesting APNU for, in return for what? In return for what? This kind of horse trading don't improve governance, which is what this country needs. In addition to government, it needs a governance system that will make all feel confident, notwithstanding who ultimately gets power. And that is where the big story in this country comes. We don't feel confident if our kind is not in government. We don't feel confident. And the PPP don't make it any easier. Our 2015-2020 coalition went out of our way to share the corn. A lot of it to our detriment, because when I listen to people, even up to today, they said, imagine we went out there and voted like a boss in 2015, and y'all neglected us. Y'all neglected our communities. Y'all going out of people's community that don't give y'all vote. And y'all do all kind of things for them. And they pointed. And they want to hear nothing about sharing corn and so on. They said them people didn't vote for y'all, but y'all went there forced. I myself was shocked. I myself was shocked at how the corn was shared out in the first 3 years of our government. I didn't need to do a study to realize that we had neglected our base. We had neglected our base. We had gone into other people's communities and neighborhoods and did things for them, roads and all these kinds of story. We were spending massively on holding sugar, spending massively on paying farmers for money that they should have got while they were under the PPP government that they didn't get paid. That is why one of the first questions I was asked as a minister in 2015 came from this very president. In his questions to the minister in Parliament, he asked questions that had exclusively to do with rice farmers. And we made what today people are suggesting was a huge blunder of trying to share corn equally instead of equitably. And the blunders we made in the first 3 years of going into other people's community, bringing joy to them while our base suffered immeasurably. And it was only after the no confidence motion in December of 2018 that we were shook and woke up and brought joy to some of those communities. But by then, the dye was scarce. The dye was scarce. But you know what? Forgiven as we are, our people turned out in their numbers in 2020. In their numbers in 2020. And I tell you, with God above me, I knew we won that elections in 2020. But what? We succumbed to the machinations of the internal and external forces. It has happened again because none of them could explain what is plummeting that don't even occur anywhere else in the world. This is plummeting in terms of these results. You're telling me that we had 217 and 20 5 years ago, but now you're at 81,000. You lost roughly 130,000 votes in 5 years. Where this has happened? It happened in Guyana. It happened in Guyana. You, like 2020, there was an external, there were external horses in our race. External horses in our race who were willing to ignore the shenanigans that were taking place as long as their interest in Guyana was secured. Number one interest being oil. As long that was secured. And as long you made the right noises about our whatever relationship, of our fruitful relationship, and and we are partners and all these kind of things. Once you kept that line going, you were secured. Talk about renegotiation and you were out. You were out. That is reality politics. Anytime you go anywhere near renegotiation, you're out. And we will make certain you're out. So you had external horses in the race. And like 2020, they made a big impact in this. And they were prepared to defend these outrageous numbers. Last week, I talked about APNU always being steps backwards, behind. This here is high-tech rigging of the elections. And the recount, why you think they could easily tell you, yes, we agree to the recount? What do you think? They know you ain't gonna find nothing in that recount that's gonna be different than the numbers that they get. As I said, 1 or 2 here, 1 here, 2 there, and so on. But it's gonna be any different? No. That's already sealed and delivered. You're only making yourself a monkey. That's what they want. They can say, listen, we do everything for you. You ask for recount, here's your recount. What else you want? Good. Now it's time to move beyond that and declare. Note carefully the difference between 2020 and 2025. Here, the men have, I tell you about these external horses in the race. BBC have called the elections. Jamaica has sent congratulations. Dominica has sent congratulations. Well, don't worry, the usual suspects back home. They have already lined up on sending their congratulations. And so it's gone out, and so it's going out. You ain't got any hope. No matter what they find, even if they find something, you ain't got any hope of these results being turned back. So, as they say, you may as well suck it up. Okay? You may as well suck it up. You're 2 and 3 steps behind. And when you do find out, it's too late. Both done Ghana Falls. Too late. And you see all this business here. Congratulations to the JLP. Andrew Holness. 3 consecutive victories for the JLP. I think it could be a record or close to a record. Not sure if Manley had 3 consecutive. But congratulations to them. Congratulations also to them for a well-oiled machinery. Well-oiled. I remembered when attempts were being made to bring a chairman of GCOM from outside of Guyana, and Jamaica was recommended. But a big hullabaloo was created. Big hullabaloo. Oh, we got to bring somebody from outside. We can't manage our own affairs. No, we can't manage our own affairs because we don't trust each other. We don't trust each other. We can't manage our own affairs. So let somebody from outside come and clean up the mess in GCOM. Clean it up. We have no confidence in GCOM. None whatsoever. And the time is coming for a new chairman. I almost guarantee that this chairman, this is our last go round. And we'll have to find a new chairman. Mohammed will have to consult with Mohammed. I wonder who's going to go to the mountain if Mohammed becomes the opposition leader on the issue of a new chairman for GCOM. He's going to have to submit the names to the other Mohammed. That's going to be interesting. Very much interesting to see what is going to take place. But GCOM is already infested. The procedures are infested. The incumbent has a lot of money. And I heard a lot of money came in from Trinidad businessmen and from Suriname businessmen. So much skullduggery that took place in this thing. The Sunday before the election, people run up to Linden and paying people for gas, giving them free money for buy gas and all this kind of story. I heard a video where Nigerians, some of them come over from Suriname to come and vote in this election. I don't know how that is true, which means that their names would have had to be on the list as Commonwealth citizens, or they impersonated Nigerians who are already here for some reason or the other. But what was telling from that particular video, two things. One was the misinformation which was planted in their minds, that they were told that if a government other than Ali's government came in, they will be deported. Those Nigerians will be deported. I mean, can you believe sensible people with that foolishness? Sensible people with that foolishness, that their Nigerians will be deported? Weren't these very same Nigerians who were stopped, whose visas were taken away when they were coming here as medical students? Were some of them the visas taken away right here in Guyana? These same Nigerians? And it's also the second one, of course. It shows you the disconnect. A connect that we were able to do when Barnum was the president. A connect with Africa, particularly Southern and Western Africa, that we were able to do when Barnum was president. So the average South African, Tanzanian, Zambian, Zimbabwean, Botswanian, Ghanaian, Nigerian, Ugandan, and to a lesser extent Kenyan, knew about Guyana. They knew about Guyana. Barnum and Guyana's influence among the African community was larger than life. It is the reason why Barnum was able to persuade Africa to vote Sridhar Ramphal into the Commonwealth Secretary Generalship. And he did that 3 consecutive terms of 5 years, the only Secretary General to serve 15 years as Commonwealth Secretary General, Sridhar Ramphal. It was Barnum's stature and presence among the African nations that was able to get Edwin Carrington elected as ACP Secretary General. A man from a very small state was able to get ACP Secretary General. It was Barnum and his stature that was able to ensure that. Again, it was Barnum who was able to galvanize Africa, among others, to get Mohammed Shahabuddin on the world court. Today, look at it. Africa don't know anything about Guyana. They certainly don't know anything about the slavery and so on. Where is the connect between the PNC had fraternal relations? The PNC in government and in opposition had fraternal relations with many parties in Africa, Angola, Botswana, South Africa, Zambia, Tanzania. They had connection, fraternal. I remember them coming whenever the Congress, PNC had Congress, fraternal people come in here. Frelimo and all them come in here. What has happened? What has happened to that? That you got today, Nigerians could come and say, vote for Ali, because if the other government come in, they can deport Nigerians. Nigerians, they can deport. We had succeeded somewhat in removing that stigma because Africa believed that they had failed their sons and daughters by allowing them to be captured and enslaved in these parts. Africa had disconnected from the Caribbean in that regard. And so unlike India and in overseas Indians, where they always try to hold a bond, there's been no such with Africa and the Caribbean blacks. In fact, Africans, even if they're starving, many of them always have this superior air over people from Caribbean and in the diaspora. They always have this kind of superior air, like if they are the original Africans and you are slaves or descendants of slaves, kind of. I had numerous interactions with them. I can't say all, but that's the general impression you got. They have this kind of superior air about them. They don't know or they don't want to connect with so-called descendants of slaves. And they are so transactional people. You look at all of their films and so on. It's all about transaction, money, 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 money. So you listen to that video and you hear, hey, the Ali government has given people land, and we are going to get 200,000 if we vote and so on. Listen to the tape. It's there. Those are some of the things. Those are some of the things that you got to contend with. Yeah, those are some of the things that you got to contend with. And as I said, it's going to get worse. It's going to get worse. And I'm not even saying that it's going to get worse before it gets better. No. More money is expected to come from them FPSO. They're now talking about 1.8 million barrels a day by 2030 or somewhere around then. Imagine the money that can come in. Imagine the money that will come in if oil prices spike beyond the $6 or something it is today, or $70. Enormous amount of money. So they can distribute cash in all kinds of forms and so on. Together with the massive purse they would have got from the local business sector and the Trinidadians businessmen and the Surinamese businessmen and so on. So this deck is stacked. And until you work to change the deck, you are already and also run. All of you. All of you are also run. Now, as I said, FGM was able to scrape a seat. ALP, well, you know, she's jumped out and said, she's asking everybody to accept the results. Well, you have to. You won't get no seat. You haven't got any seat. You haven't even got 1,000 votes, right? You made 929, right? I don't know what you're going to do with the 929. I hope you don't abandon your supporters. And she's claiming that she will continue to fight for the disadvantage. Well, what good is that? What good is that? You can continue to make a couple of speeches. You can continue to make some Facebook Live and so on. How is that going to move the needle? How is that going to move the needle? You have no bargaining chips with the government. And those 929 people who voted for you out of sympathy, out of love, out of what you may have done while you were a minister, what you have done while you did for the mining community, the small miners. I know about that because I helped you a lot, you know, for those disadvantaged women. You did a lot of work for which you should be praised and so on. But that don't give you a life. It not even begin to give you that thing to go farm party and to misguide these 929 people. You really honestly felt that you were going to win an election? What was the purpose of farming your party and contesting the election? That you were going to win the presidency? That is what you did. So you just misguide these 929 people. They love you. That's why they voted for you. But you misguided them. Misguided them. A pressure group is different from a political party. If you were going to form a pressure group or a civic organization, like say the Red Thread, a brilliant organization like the Red Thread, who was out there helping people in their own different way, was different from politics. But you pull them people into politics, knowing fully well you had no hope. The probability of your party getting the presidency was the same as the probability of somebody living for 200 years. Zero. Zero. But yet, you form political party, pull these 929, and now you're telling them we'll continue to fight for them. To what avail? To what avail? The people don't need you. And those 929 people who love you, will continue to love you, will be scattered. They will go their way because they will soon recognize you can't help them. A wheelchair here and a wheelchair there, they will still love you. But they will come to realize love and politics aren't necessarily the same thing. FGM, Forward Ghana Movement. Hey, you know, I heard Amanzo, a woman I have great regard for. I've always had, I will always have. Huh? She was one of the first people who come out this second time around when they tried to put a Trump up charge on me, or not when they tried, when they put a Trump up charge on me, and she was the first to be out there and so on. I thank her for it and so on. But again, my thing about book sense and common sense is nonsense. You can't tell me you can form a party couple weeks, or let us give it a couple months before a crucial election, and hope that you will win the presidency. Because if you are forming a party with any other objective than to win the presidency, it's to fool the people. It's to mislead the people. And you were among them who saying split the votes. Why? Because, paraphrasing you, the Reds and the Greens run this country for 60 years, 60 plus years, or it's nearly 60 years since independence. I'm paraphrasing you, the Reds and the Greens. So, Amanza, my dear, let me tell you something. If that statement were made by a newbie, somebody who perhaps didn't like politics, but were now coming on the scene, yes, they could say, listen, I formed this party because I had enough of them too, red and green. The rule has gone for 60 years and they've been no good. But coming from you, Amanza, imagine coming from you. You spent 5 years in the belly of the green. 5 years in the belly of the green. And now trying to tell people that them, not we, them rule the country. The Reds and the Greens rule the country for nearly 60 years, and it's time for a fresh start. But you were there. You were there for 5 years. Did you make a difference? Did you make a difference? You were in a mass-based party, and based on what you were saying, couldn't make a difference. You're going to make that difference in a smaller, unknown movement formed a couple weeks before elections. And while the likes of ALP were struggling to find financing to even get off the ground, you showed a propensity for financing, even though as I remember, 2 fundraising activities that were held, one in the United States and one in Linden, some fish fry in Linden and something else in the United States. Those are the 2 events that I remember that were made public. So the question may well be asked, where did the financing come from? Because you seem to have attracted fair financing based on some of the things that you were able to put out. And yet, your movement got a lot of bright people. They got a lot of bright people. And they also split the votes, because you got 4,326 votes, which I said could make you eligible for a seat, a left-back seat. So now you're back in parliament. It's not the first time you're going in parliament. You're back. I presume that you will be back in parliament. What difference will you be making with a 1 seat in parliament? Making the same speeches? You made some lovely speeches while you were there. Lovely speeches while you were under the umbrella. outside of the umbrella, I imagine you're going to continue to make lovely speeches, but that is what they will be. Lovely speeches, because you can't influence the government. The government got 36. Can't influence the government. Incredibly. You know, one the persons who I saw went with you was Ronald Bulkan. Ronald Bulkan. And I remembered, I read the message back this morning again. Ronald asked me for some information. I sent that information to him. And this is a couple weeks ago. I sent that information to him. And then I said, Ronald, why don't you defend the ministry that you superintended for 5+ years and all the good things that you did, 2 local government elections and all these good things that you did, pards and all these things. Why don't you come out and defend what you did instead of allowing the government and the PPP to be murdering the coalition about doing nothing? And you know what he said to me? I will think about it, Winston. Think about it. Soon thereafterwards, because he didn't let known to me, I thought at that particular time he was still a member of the PNC and so forth. Soon thereafterwards, FGM announced, well, Amanza announced her resignation from the PNC. Soon thereafterwards, FGM was announced. And soon thereafterwards, Ronald announced his resignation from the PNC and said he was going with FGM. Up to today, maybe he thought about it, but he never acted on it because there's nothing that came from him that people out there knew what he did. And the reason why I bring this up is to bring in the general point that has been told to me. I saw Mr. Sam Austin on last week's program who's saying one of the reasons, no, I think it was this week. Yes, I think it was on Tuesday. One of the reasons that APNU lost is because Winston Jordan and Vola Lawrence didn't campaign. And I had to answer him. We campaign in our different ways. People know my story. I didn't hide my story. From day one, I who am not a member of the PNC, will never have been a member of the PNC, said I had enough. I had moved on. Because when I came on board, I didn't come on board for tell people that 50 years from now, I join party. I came on board for one session at the instance of the then opposition leader, Gravy Granger. And at August the 2nd, I had it. When I went to Parliament office to initiate my pension, everybody asked me, said, Mr. Jordan, no, you don't come so early. Why you don't go back in Parliament? I said, here, no. I am finished. I moved on. I'm going into other things. Okay? And I initiated my thing. Even my good friend said, man, we need you back in Parliament. They said, brother, I have done that. I am moved on. Let me sign up the paperwork to get my pension. And that I did. I made no secret. I told everybody. Being there, did my work, I moved on. I believe a new set of people must come. New blood. I old. But as early as September, I think, or October, I was going after the PPP and the government and the foolishness. I was there, out front, all the different social media. I was there. Check and you will see. Check, I will see. My very comrades, some of them call me, congratulating me for putting it out there, Winston, putting it out there, let them know. But they did not want to come out and do it. They were all hiding, with the exception from time to time of David Patterson and laterally Annette Ferguson. They were all hiding. They were as if they were ashamed. And I was out there throwing my belly out, even though I said I walked away from politics. I appeared in all kinds of programs. Norman Brown, Ben Scott, Rickford Bork, um, um, Chris Ram on Channel 9, you know, all kinds of programs I was appearing on, putting licks on the PPP. And they were getting licks. They knew I was making an impact. And then they went after me. They went after me. And you all know the rest. Come arresting me in December of 2021, accusing me of some trumped up charge. And they're not satisfied because I continued. And they come back again this year in March with another trumped up charge. But they couldn't get rid of me. And they were stealing my ideas, and they listened to this program, they were stealing my ideas. They stole my ideas with cash grant, among others. But who was out there? Hey man, I hear your story there, Kidaki. Kidaki, I hear your story. I want to hear your story. But where were our ministers? That is what people, up to this morning in my exercise, I met somebody who's now become a friend. I learned that he's the family of a well-known individual who has been in the news. And he said, Mr. Jordan, what happened to the other ministers? All we hear is you. All we hearing is you. Right? And he said, you, even though you've got your health issues and so on, you still thinking, what happened to the other ministers? I said, but hi, you know, he said, what happened to Granger? What happened to Moses Nagamutu? And all these names he keep calling. I said, boy, what are you going to ask me? I could only do the little bit that I can do. Okay? I beg some of them. I beg some of those names that you called to come out and represent. But it was in total vain, in vain for those 5 years. Total. I will constantly call David when I see things that I know this was not right, what the PPP was saying, and it fell into his ears, and we will exchange notes and so on. And every so often he will put out something there. But beyond that, and beyond what Annette has been doing recently, I can tell you, it hurts me a lot. Hurts me a lot. When ministers that I served in government with, they put the tails between their legs and they hide and they are hidden and they don't know the impact that had on our supporters. They don't know the impact it had on our supporters. One time I called one of them, and God, I get an earful for another hour and a half of why he should go back in parliament and all kind of story. It's not easy among our people. It's not easy. But it takes a united cause. We have to make up our mind. We got to make up our mind, whether we're in it or whether we're out of it. So, FGM, if you go in parliament, wish you luck. I said you got a lot of bright people in there. 4,000 plus voted for you. But you have to ask yourself whether you will be doing those 4,000 plus people justice in the manner in which you did. Because if you can't advance there cause and their welfare and so on, you would have betrayed them because you claim it's time for something different. So let us see what is this different thing you were talking about and how it will impact those 4,300 something people minimum, because it's supposed to impact everybody else. This is more than just a fancy dress parade. AFC? Yeah. Well, they're no longer in parliament. They're no longer in parliament. From the mighty AFC of 2006 and 2011, who were able to use their 2011 result to parlay a 40% of the cabinet of 2015 and another 30% in the cabinet or representation of the 2020. Now you are only able to garner a measly 3,610 votes. Not even as many as the newly formed Forward Ghana movement. Not even as many. And I'm sure you will be doing your introspection and so on. But it's a tall order for the APN to come back. But for you, AFC, on your own, this is, I think, let us see what will happen. But, I mean, people, one of the reasons given out there, people who are fed up with the infighting, fed up with the backbiting, fed up with the outrageous demands and so on that were being made. And they decided to put lash on both parties. It is clear, together we win, separately we lose. And that's what happened here. Now we will see who's men and who are mice. Win? Yeah. Win? Too early for thing, but I don't subscribe or buy into any nonsense that talks about breaking mold of politics and so on. I don't. The euphoria is there, but so was AFC's euphoria back in 2006. All we will say at this stage, we shall wait and see. We shall wait and see where this is going. But I can say bluntly, with the PPP suggesting only that they don't want to cooperate with you, of course, all that could change, right? Politics is just a day away. All that could change. But for the time being, based on his monologue yesterday, that they are going to seek cooperation with APNU as opposed to win, then what will happen to all of those people who believed that their hopes lay with you win, who weren't prepared to struggle, who weren't prepared to believe in the struggle, but believed in the little handouts that you were able to give to them. Let us see you, because you are not in a position now, and there is going to come a limit to how much you can give out of those billions if those billions are not earning. But for the time being, you have their attention. You have their attention. Again, of course, your 109,000 don't represent no more. The majority of those came from APNU strongholds. So I don't see how it make a change to the landscape that we have. I don't see how it make a change to the landscape that you have. But let me see. I know I had a picture of last night. People who were lining up to watch the recount and so on. And when you look at the reds, the blues, and as an afterthought, the greens, because the greens weren't there until late in the afternoon and so on. You know what struck you and struck everybody as the messages were going around? Those who were outside there keeping vigil or support or so on were predominantly of one race. Predominantly of one race. Whether they were the reds, the blues, or the greens. Predominantly of one race. That's how desperate we are. APNU. Well, listen. This is a devastating result for you. Aubrey. Well, let me step back a little bit. Yes, it's a devastating result for me. But this is not the time to weep and wail. That's what is expected of politics. A friend sent me this Bible quote, and I would like to share it with you. It's from Isaiah 43, 18 to 19. It says, "Forget not the former things, neither consider the things of old. Behold, I will do a new thing. Now it shall spring forth. Shall ye not know it? I will even make a way in the wilderness and rivers in the desert." Isaiah 43, 18, 19, verses 18 and 19. And I think you can take that as a starting. No weeping and gnashing of teeth, but to do what is necessary. The introspection, the deep introspection, and you don't need to bring all those people, where you call them, focus groups and all this nonsense. Let it come raw. Calling all the people at Congress Place or whatever, have a shootout. Go into the villages, your support areas, get it raw. You don't want no focus group and so on. Get it raw from these people. Take all the notes, put it together, distill, find out. One of the things you will find out is that GCOM will forever be your problem. Because no matter how much you bring out those votes, it will appear that it is never enough to tilt you over that edge. But you will get from those people also some of the shortcomings. Some of the shortcomings of the party. The party is nearly 70 years old, or is it 70 years old this year? If you count 1955, it's 70 years old. The party has to remake itself. It has to remake its image. When Corbyn lost the elections, was it 20? Was it? I can't remember which one it is. Was it 2001? Was it 2001 elections, or was it 2006? One of the two. When he lost those elections, he came up with a new strategy. Right? He came up with a new strategy. And that strategy was the coalition and the APNU as you know it today. You have to look at all of that. Whether APNU itself is a viable entity, whether it should go back to PNCR, as some people are suggesting, and work on the R, the reform component, because since ICE R, I think in 1997, that component has not been activated, or nobody thinks. So, all these things you have to re-image though. You have to re-image, because when you check, as I have done anecdotally, you will find that the people who are voting, who voted this time around for the APNU, were the middle to upper. So the demographic that you are reaching is aging, and eventually will age out. So the young demographic, and if you started on the right track by the large number of young people that you brought in, it's just that those people only came to the fore very late. Very late. But you're on the right track where that is concerned. As far as I'm concerned, you're on the right track. But you have to do that introspection. No time for weeping and gnashing of teeth. Time to do that introspection. And the earlier it's done, the better. Right? Move on. After this recount, nothing is there and so on. Hey, be the big man. Move on. Accept, move on. Right? There's a lot of work to be done. You have to be able to use social media. How many times under the coalition government, the PR was stink. Under this here, PR stink. You have to be able to reach social media. Your messaging has to be clear, precise. As somebody said, people don't read manifestos, which is something I told a number of you guys, even on this program. I said, people ain't got time to read manifestos. You had a brilliant idea of free house lot. You tell me if that had reached down to the ordinary person. Free house lot. And it was there from day one, because y'all seem to be putting in these additional pieces even after the manifesto was thing. If it was there from day one, you told people. You went into the villages, you talked to people. Free house lot. That should be a game changer. But it ended like a damn squib. Who wouldn't want a free house lot? And this thing about walking around in communities and handing out a handbill and so on, people ain't got time for that. From the time you give them the ball it up on the throat, it becomes a nuisance to the environment, because they're not even throwing it in the waste basket. It becomes a nuisance. You have to be able to message. You have to create back your groups, your YSM groups. And if people don't want to be YSM groups, then come up with youth groups. Come up with, you do engage the people year round, not election time round, year round. Because remember, you are behind. Incumbents got all the advantage of aircraft and TV and newspapers and radio and social media and every single thing, and money and all this kind of thing. You are coming from behind. It's going to be hard to convince people who are seeing all these flashy things in front of them. Your messaging got to be constant and so forth. You have to be able to create a war chest. You can't wait until elections to get that war chest going. I always point to the fact when Obama came up on the stream, his own party didn't want to give him any money. Didn't want to give him any money because they think that he was a waste of time. And Obama hit upon a new strategy of collecting money. And by the time his opponents realized what was happening, it was too late. His own party was forced to give him money. You can't wait until the election to be holding bingo and fish fry and them sort of thing. You have to constantly find avenues of replenishing the chest. Them businessmen ain't gonna give you no money. It's only an odd one or two gonna give you a little freck. But they're done with you. They're not giving the APNU any money. So you have to find creative ways of constantly doing money. And in that you may consider a business arm without putting the party in front. You got a lot of talented people. Form companies that they could bid for contracts. Open businesses. Think outside the box. The big problem with us is that we do not have the economic base to support our supporters out of government. Big problem. So you're going to always have a problem holding on to these people. It's a transactional world now. They will ask you what it is that you're doing for me. Love is not enough. Ask Sparrow. No money, no love. You have to be able to do things differently. Technology. Use technology. Use technology. That is so missing. Use technology. The party got a lot of real estate, I understand, but you're not using it. That could bring in income. Think. Think. Even its own headquarters. You pass, there's a lot of grass growing. Unless you're able to sell that grass, it's a waste of good property. Think. Money is important. The survival of your supporters are important. I, in my heart, believe that this is a temporary setback. It's not a problem. Don't worry about people thinking that your funeral and so on. A 70-year-old party don't just die. Oak trees don't die. They don't die. They age. They don't die. This is a temporary setback, but it is up to you if you want to make it permanent. And this one, as it comes to a close, may not be liked, but I have never been known to be somebody who are looking for likes. I don't tell people I'm 68, and I ain't looking for likes at this stage. My recommendation, Aubrey, I think you did well. You've done the hard work. It's like the coalition. We did the hard work. We took all the flack for the contract, our contract. We put in the infrastructure, the natural resource fund. We had the local content bill ready. We had the petroleum commission bill, all these things. We did all of that. We took the flack. We did the hard work on the sugar estates and so on. We took the blows. And then others came in and took the glory. And they're feeding on that glory. Aubrey, you did the hard work. You did the underbushing. It was needed. The underbushing was needed. There were a lot of false people hiding among the quality people and preventing other people from coming into the PNC. You did the hard work. You took a lot of flack for it. And signs of rebirth were seen in the rallies and so on. People didn't turn up on election day. Again, as I said, a setback. But having said all of that, my open recommendation is this: that you should step back. Step back. However we look at it, the party has been brought to its lowest ebb. And you were at the helm when the party was brought to its lowest ebb. Okay? Now, we know all the challenges and so on, but ultimately, it is the leadership that has to take the responsibility. So my immediate thing, when this dust is settled and swearing them starting, is for you to say, look, I think it's time, given the underbushing that I've done, that new talent come forward and lead. So in the interest of this and in pursuit of this, I will not be going to Parliament. I will not be a parliamentarian. Instead, there are 12 of us who have to go there. And this is what I would like to see, Aubrey. Now, I don't know of that 12 how many are geographic. I see at most 3. maybe 2 from Region 4 and 1 from Region 1. I don't see you winning anything else in the other region. So 3 of the 25 seats are geographic. And those 3 people have to come from 2 from region 4 and maybe 1 from Region 10. And that will leave 9 on the top up. Right? It's not too many people. And then in that 9, and that 12, 4 got to be women. Minimum of 4 got to be women to do the 1/3. And in that 12, 1 got to come from the WPA, because I heard Kidaki saying they've been promised that in their thing. So there's only 1 can come outside of the framework of the PNC. So if you got Kidaki, Joretto, because he was the prime ministerial candidate, that's 2. I would say Nima Flubes is a shoo-in. That's 3. Ganesh Maipal, because he was your vice presidential thing. That's 4. Vince Wright Jordan, definitely. I don't know whether, well, certainly he can come from the geographic list because the PNC would not have gained a geographic seat in that Region 5 constituency. She is 5, right? I would love to see Annette Ferguson go back and put in a leadership role. That will be 6. And in addition to the fact that there will be 2 women out of the 4 women minimum, that 3 women out of the 4 women that you ultimately got to get. And you got another 6, which can, for me, be a mixture of 4 young people and 2 stalwarts. You got good people like Corbyn, Saiku Andrews, Ronald Daniels, Burbal, the Thomas's, Jeffrey Thomas's daughter. These are quality people. Okay? And I think my toss-up for the leadership in the parliament will be between Vince Wright Jordan and Nima Flubes. Y'all don't run away, no idea that I promoting Jordan because he's family. No, me and Jordan is absolutely no family, even though people say we have some similar features. No, we would love to know if we were family indeed, but no, we're not family. But he's a brother from another mother. So those would be my way. And they will be charged with certain things in parliament. And they will be continuously assessed. And to give the widest possible participation, they will know that they will serve for 2.5 years. And half of that 12 will be replaced by a new 6 to give them another 2.5 years. So you would have exposed a wide people. 18 months if you want, other than 2.5 years, you could do 18 months. So you expose an even wider set. So you don't bring enmity to people who feel that they should go and all this kind of story and so on. I would love to see Sharon somewhere around then, because he bring a multidisciplinary approach to things. And it will be unwise not to use him in parliament and out of parliament. So let them know there will be continuous assessment, but there will also be a midterm assessment. And 6 will be removed, not because they didn't perform and so on, but it can be the general consensus that we want to expose as wide a people as possible. Reorganize the party and everything else. Aubrey, you can remain leader of the list until Congress next year. I think Congress is next year, where you must commit not to run for leadership. Let that be early in your introspection over the next few days, that you will not be running for leadership again come next year, so that other talent can begin to formalize their run-ins and so forth into the Congress. Don't let what happened to you, don't let you become what happened to you. And a lot happened to you. You've spoken it, I've seen it, and so on. Starting from height coming right down. A lot has happened to you, Aubrey. But don't let that, don't become that. No. Step back. become an elder of the party, giving advice and so on, without overshadowing who is the new leadership that will be emerging. And we have to do that early. You have local government elections next year, and then local government elections again in 2029, and then general elections in 2030. You have to do what I'm saying here. Step back, go into the elder group, and give advice and so on. Don't go back into parliament, and don't contest for leadership in next year's Congress. Let this thing flow through, right? And be part of the molding and so on. You're well known in the groups and in the party, and use that to an advantage to support the new leadership, not to overshadow them, to support that new leadership, right? I will be speaking more on this as time go on, but I think I've spoken enough on this. And I would only want to leave you with these two things, because I'm really, really hurt for the ancestors who struggled mightily for us to be where we are today, and for us to get that vote, universal added suffrage, and for people to continue to say they're not voting. Big people to say they're not voting. I just want to leave it with two proverbs. The African proverb says, out of hatred for the cockroach, the ants voted for the insecticide. They all died, including the housefly that didn't even vote. You hear that? So not voting is not a badge of honor. It's not a badge of honor. I say it again. Out of hatred for the cockroach, the ants voted for the insecticide. They all died, including the housefly that didn't even vote. That's an African proverb. And a similar proverb, this is a Turkish proverb. It says, the forest was shrinking, but the trees kept voting for the axe. For the axe was clever and convinced the trees that because his handle was made of wood, he was one of them. You hear that? Okay? That's a Turkish proverb. I don't know how you're going to rouse apathy of the kind that seems to have taken stranglehold of the African community in Guyana, and in face of the incumbents' massive advantages. But to throw up your hand is to accept defeatism. And I know our indomitable ancestors have imbued in us a resilience that have allowed us to progress, notwithstanding the continuous challenges. Down, but not out. Like the phoenix, we shall rise from these ashes, new, modern, able, willing, and leaders. Thank you. Thank you, Kidaki, for another Thursday. Until. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Jordan, for your usually well put together, informative, and stimulating presentations. Thank you, viewers, for tuning in to us yet another day. It's Friday. I know it's usually Free Talk Friday. You generally like the opportunity to call in and speak. However, today being a holiday, like I said, this is a special program. And so I wish you a wonderful rest of the day. Continue to let us watch the ride. Stay tuned as information becomes available. You will certainly get them from us. Have a good one. Stay safe. Much love. Tough love is also love. Be good to yourselves and your families and your neighbors. Tata now.